We'll start here with a roll call.
Say good morning, everybody. Tracy Kaplan.
Here.
Thank you. Debbie Madden.
Here.
Douglas Coleman.
Here.
Thank you. Erdal Damas.
Here.
Phil Allen. Thank you. Ronald Frazier.
Here.
And Ray McElroy will join us online, and Anthony Pennant will be absent today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Roy. Do we have any members of the public signed up to speak?
We don't have anybody here this morning, though.
No speakers this morning.
Speakers this morning.
Okay. And as a reminder to all the board members here and online, please speak directly into the microphone so that your comments can be recorded, and push the little red button to speak. And also wanted to ask if there's any elected officials in attendance today. I see none. So we will move on, and I'm going to turn it over to our new Transportation Surtax Administrator and Oversight Board Coordinator, Jonathan Hopkins. Welcome, Jonathan. We're very happy to have you here. So I'll let you speak. Thanks.
Yeah, well, good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure and an honor to be able to take over from Gretchen in this role and join you guys in a very audacious and important task of supporting the implementation of one of the largest transportation support voter-approved transportation measures in the country. As I ride the train every morning in Route 22 of Broward County Transit to get to work every day, we get to see a lot of promise of what's ahead, but also opportunity. And so I just look forward to being able to work with you in support of what our voters and our county commissioners made possible in 2018. And there's a lot to do on that. With that, I do want to start out all of our meetings every time on basically what is the foundation of what we're here to do, and center ourselves on that. So the first thing to bring up is what I call our birth certificate, which is really the ballot measure in 2018 and what the voters said we were here to do, which was to reduce traffic congestion, improve roads and bridges, enhance traffic signalization, develop safe sidewalks and bicycle pathways, expand and operate bus and special needs transportation, implement rail on approved corridors, and implement emerging technologies. It's a long and important list that is necessary and essential as we help people live in an affordable place that they can enjoy. And so, as most of us are all aware of the process and how all of this works, there's some different steps to it. But ultimately, ours are there's really 3 bullets on the Oversight Board role: reviewing projects for statutory eligibility and evaluate 5-year plans prior to Commission budget adoption. Those 2 we're basically doing in this meeting today. And then the 3rd bullet we do in all of the other meetings: report on the performance of the ongoing projects and provide recommendations to the county administrator and the county commission. Finally, back in 2018 or shortly thereafter, the county commission approved what are our foundational elements: transparency, accountability, and resiliency, and what are our 5 goals. And you can see them there. They're broadly aligned and generalized versions of what we put in front of voters. With that, we did an annual report, and so for 2025, and so we'll watch this quick movie, get your popcorn out, and here we go.
There's a lot of things that happened this year. Probably the most important was the 3rd Amendment. It's been a good year, and I think it's going to pay dividends for many, many years to come.
Since 2019, I've had the honor of being the chair of the Oversight Board Selection Committee. We want to make sure that everyone on the Oversight Board, number 1, is qualified, number 2, is representative of the community that we're all living in.
Being a member of the Penny Tax Oversight Board comes with a lot of responsibilities. It is about making sure that we are good stewards of the dollars that has been entrusted to us.
In fiscal year 25, we completed 12 projects: Convention Center Connector Project, intersection improvements to US 1 and State Road 84. We have also completed several fiber optic projects, sidewalks, and drainage improvement projects in our BMSD area. We completed a couple school zones.
We are so proud and honored to be able to bring 23 million passenger trips each year to Broward County. We were also able to bring some customer amenities to our passengers, including new bus stops, brighter bus stops with new lighting, new amenities. We were able to advance our airport-seaport connector project into planning, engineering, early engineering.
When we started the Mobility Advancement Program, Broward County made a commitment. At least 30% of all our projects need to go to our local certified small businesses. I am glad to report we're exceeding that goal. 39% is going to our local small businesses. 70% of all my primes are exceeding the goals. And we have a lot of small businesses that are serving as primes. And that's exactly what we want. We want these investments to go to our local economy.
From the municipality's perspective, the Third Amendment cut out a lot of red tape, making the dollars easily accessible for the cities. The application process has been simplified. The documentations required streamlined to create the money faster.
Over the next 5 years, we have recommended over $325 million worth of projects to allow us to start on most of the fiber optic projects, a number of those adaptive signal control systems, the school zones, roadway improvements, installing new sidewalks, adding bicycle lanes, creating connectivity throughout the county.
We have our Hopkins bus garage that is modern, clean, and convenient. Broward Commuter Rail is intended to be a linchpin between Miami-Dade County and Palm Beach County.
Since 2019, the surtax has generated over $3 billion, which has been budgeted for county and municipal projects. At the close of the fiscal year 2025, about $1.1 billion had been expended or encumbered. $922.2 million of local surtax funds have helped secure $784.3 million of non-surtax investment, referred to as leverage, expanding the Mobility Advancement Program's impact.
I just want to chat about the transformation that the Broward County surtax is and all the wonderful things that I expect that this transformative program will bring to this community and to the residents and visitors to Broward County and South Florida. One of the things that is really transformative about this program is the ability that the county has to leverage the dollars that are coming in for the surtax to bring down federal and state dollars. I want to give a special note of gratitude to our Board of County Commissioners. Without the vision and the policy direction, none of the important work that we do could actually get done.
And then before I hand it back to you, Madam Vice Chair, I do want to note we are going to send board members a survey at the end of the day today to give us feedback. We've heard from board members interest in making meetings as concise and impactful as possible. So we definitely want your feedback after this meeting and every meeting about each section, what you want more of, what you want less of, and how things are ranked as use of your time. And with that, I turn it back over to you, Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Jonathan. Excellent video. Appreciate that annual report. We're going to start the presentations. Oh, yes, Mr. Coleman, you're recognized.
I'd like to say just a couple things. One, I think the matching funds have grown our dollars. I don't know what the percentage is, but it's staggering. I think it needs to be repeated, number one. And number two, Jonathan has obviously some big shoes to fill. And I think it would be helpful to those in the audience if he would take a couple of minutes and tell us where he came from. And I think it would be very informative.
Thank you, Mr. Coleman. Prior to this, I'm an Army veteran, went to West Point for undergrad. I'm from the Pacific Northwest, grew up in the Seattle area and in the mountains near Seattle. Spent about 10 years in the Army as an infantry officer, serving in Iraq, Afghanistan. And then a long-time interest in transportation led me to work for Uber, Lime, Commute Seattle, which is a public-private partnership that helped the city add 100,000 jobs without adding traffic. And then later Brightline and starting my own firm related to congestion reduction. So meanwhile, I've worked on some of the transit measures like the one that we have here. One in Seattle is about $54 billion worth of transit funding. So kind of a background that loves this sort of work and being able to work with consortiums of community partners to make audacious projects a reality. So thank you.
Thank you. Well, we're, again, very glad to have you here. Thank you for that. All right, so at this time, I'd like to welcome up Maribel Feliciano with the Broward County Office of Economic and Small Business Development for our small business highlights.
Good morning. Much better. Maribel Feliciano, Director of the Office of Economic and Small Business Development. It is a pleasure to be here to share with you an update on how we're doing utilizing our local small businesses as part of the Mobility Advancement Program. We have updated numbers for you as of June of this year. 123 projects have been reviewed on the county side. That's county funding for Surtax. Municipal funding for Surtax, we have reviewed 194 projects. And here you can see them, the dollars, $1 billion on the county side, $523 million on the municipal side, and the average goal that has been recommended for these projects. So on the county side, 29. On the municipal side, we're averaging at 32. But now I would like to share the actual awarded projects. And here you can see that on the county side, approximately $176 million. 72 contractors have been awarded, and the goal that has been committed by those primes is 38%, the average goal. And the estimated amount that's going to be going to those primes is, as you can see, is the $247 million. On the municipal projects that are funded by Surtax, you can see $34 million, approximately 60 contractors, and the average goal is 39. So as you can see, we're doing really well, not only recommending goals that are above that 30%, but with our primes committing to higher goals as they're bidding on these municipal and county contracts. And then you can see at the end, the actual average total is 38%. We wanted to share with you a few of those success stories that we shared during that annual report. So here you can see an example of one of the projects. At a previous meeting, you asked, how are the cities doing? So here you can see Coconut Creek, a project that has been completed. And basically, the prime received approximately $3.8 million and exceeded the commitment. They committed to 40%, and they achieved 43%. We're talking about $1.6 million going to our CVEs. And you can see here the two local businesses that were part of this project. The next project was in Oakland Park, and here you can see that, again, the prime committed to 35%, but they actually achieved 85%. So again, approximately $1.2 million was paid to our local small businesses that you can see here, the CVEs. So again, we're doing really well with the commitment by our municipal partners, by our primes as well, and by the performance of our CVEs. The next one is basically in Tamarack, Fire Station 15. You can see that they committed to 100% and they attained 100%. And what that means is that the CVE was the prime. And we want to see a lot more of those, right? Because we are doing a lot of capacity building, which we know, again, is a priority for this board, to make sure that our local small businesses have the capacity to perform on these projects and perform successfully. So we wanted to continue to share those stories when we have CVE self-performing. And the next one is the same as another local small business that is self-performing on this contract with Weston. And basically the commitment was originally 83%, but they were able to complete 100% of the project and self-perform with 100%. We know, we heard from you previously, you really want to see how the cities are doing, right? How are the dollars being distributed across the different municipalities? So this chart is basically sharing 41 closed projects, approximately $40 million in awarded amounts. 35 businesses, receive approximately $16.4 million. And here you can see all the different cities that have received funding. And you can see also the type of projects, right? We have a lot of course, construction and highways, A&E, definitely a lot of repair, maintenance, etc. And we wanted to highlight the top 10 projects, basically, as part of those 41. Let's look at the top 10 closed projects and the dollars that have been paid, the type of projects. So we're talking again of around $20 million going awarded to all these vendors. And then certified subcontractors have been paid over $8.8 million, exceeding what the initial goal was for many of those projects. And the economic impact analysis, we update this on a regular basis. This is also another priority for this board. So we want to make sure we, as you know, we use Implant to do this economic impact projections. So this is the latest and greatest, 132 awarded projects. We're talking about $643 million paid to the awarded vendors, 3,200 jobs created, over $265 million paid on wages to employees on these awarded projects, and $284 million spent by the awarded vendors, right, on materials, services, etc. And then when you look at the indirect cost and the induced impacts of us investing in our local economy, here you can see an additional $357 million generated due to the spending of these primes and subs and the materials that are being generated, an additional 1,700 jobs created here in Broward. And then at the bottom, you can see the total impact, direct, indirect, and induced, of over $1 billion, creating almost 5,000 jobs. So again, we know it's so important for us to continue to tell that story, right, of how we're investing locally and supporting our local economy. We hosted a community outreach event. We do a lot of outreach in our community to continue to recruit small businesses for our directory, but also to make sure that our cities receive the training that they need to understand the program, to understand the compliance requirements, the new ILA's requirements, et cetera, right? So we did a training for municipalities. It was very well attended by many of our municipal partners to basically go over the compliance process from beginning, before those bids go out, what they need to do to submit the information to us, and how they're a partner with us, right? We need to work every step of the way together to ensure these projects are successful, that our small businesses are being used, and that they comply with the reporting requirements of the program. And that's a key to the success of the program. We need to make sure as staff changes at the municipal level and the county level, we want to make sure that the new staff is receiving the training that they need to monitor these projects effectively. We also making sure that we're doing a lot of capacity building with our small businesses. For those businesses that have been always subs and have never participated as primes, and maybe businesses that want to continue to expand and bid on contracts, we want to make sure that they understand the bid cycle, the bid process. How do they prepare before the bid? How do they prepare the team? What are those requirements on the procurement process? And if they have to do presentations because it's an RFP, what are the critical criteria as part of those presentations? So we're doing very comprehensive bid development cycle training. We receive excellent feedback. We have over 80 businesses that attended, and they all said, we need more of this training. Thank you, because we really need to understand the process and what is it that you're looking for when you're evaluating the presentations, et cetera. And the great thing about this bid development cycle is we did 2 training sessions first in July, but now we're doing an even more comprehensive training session where they will be working with the facilitator to go over a bid. And start, it's an exercise, and start, hands-on training. And they're going to do it on different industries so they can really get that practice. They're going to practice doing presentations, etc. So again, this is the first time we do this. We make sure that we have a lot of construction industries as part of this bid cycles, because we want to make sure our MAP projects, firms that are going here are also going to bid on our MAP projects. We continue to promote the success of the program. Some of the highlights we shared today on our Business Assistance Weekly. It goes to over 23,000 people every Wednesday night, because it's really important that we tell our community, our cities, our chambers, and our elected officials from the municipalities how well we're doing as part of the Mobility Advancement Project. And we're also sharing when those CVs are exceeding goals, when the primes are exceeding goals, but also when the CVs are performing as primes. We're sharing all that on social media and on our newsletter. We also have you have a contract now what? This is another component of our capacity building workshops. We hear from primes, we hear from user agencies, we hear from subs. What are some of the challenges they may have as they're performing on contracts? So this is all about, once you have a contract, what is it that you need to do to make sure that you're performing well? So we bring county agency project managers and contract administrators to explain to our certified businesses, what is it that we're looking for? What are the reports that you need to submit? If you're in construction, what is it that you need to do to submit an accurate pay app and all of those things? And this is going to be on September 24th, focus on construction industry, which is, again, directly aligned with our mobility advancement projects. We have done already the same workshops for janitorial companies and for security companies. And we're going to be doing landscaping companies later this year. And we want you to save the date for our introduction to Map Broward project opportunities. We do this at least twice a year when we bring municipal partners to share, and the county agencies, upcoming mobility advancement projects. Very well attended. We have primes and subs that come to these workshops because they want to get ready to bid on this contract. So this is coming up on November 2nd. And now I would like to take any questions.
Wow, thank you very much for that update. To me, it sounds like your outreach and education efforts are a big success. So congratulations to you. And I know Doug wants to speak, so go ahead.
Yes, congratulations. You guys continue to amaze me.
Thank you.
On our page 11, or your third slide, I have a question. You show the county's average goal at 29% and the municipalities at 32%. Is that a typo? All the other numbers seem so high. Is our unofficial goal 30? And if so, they're only at 29?
So
why is that?
Our goal is 30, right? We want to make sure that at least 30% is assigned on eligible contracts. However, sometimes we may have projects that depending on the type of industry, et cetera, we may not have the number of certified firms available to participate. Because as part of our process, before we assign a goal, we make sure that we have enough CVEs to perform on those contracts. So that's why we have the 29, because maybe in some of those projects, we had to assign, and we can provide the detailed information for each one of the projects, what was the assigned goal, so you can see which ones of the industries maybe we were not able to assign a 30 for.
So is this from the inception, or is this just 1 year?
Inception, yeah.
Because I never remember it being below 30.
It changes. I think maybe we've had a few times where it was 29, but it changes as we continue to review projects. Those averages change.
When you average the two together, they're probably close to 30.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, congratulations. It's a very, very good report. Are you able to get testimonials from the small businesses so that other people can really see who they are and let them express their thankfulness for getting this kind of work?
Excellent question, which now you're reminding me, I forgot to share, that we are going to be doing a lot more videos, testimonials, interviewing the CVEs that participated in these contracts. We actually have been working with the mobility advancement team as well to do that, because we want to make sure that our CVEs are telling the story, and our primes, right, that are using our local small businesses are telling that story as well. So yes, definitely we'll be doing more of that this year.
The second question is, when the prime is a CSBE and they are committed to 100%, are they required to meet a goal as well through any kind of subcontracts?
So they have the ability to self-perform 100%, or they have the ability to hire other CVEs.
So they have an option.
Exactly, yeah.
Thank you.
So I want to make sure the videos and then the 29% details. I want to make sure we get that information to you. Any other questions?
Seeing that you're not even meeting the CVE goal for the county, the CVE goals are very low. So in order to qualify to be a CVE, your firm has to be relatively small compared to most, when you compare it to the rest of the country. Have you considered maybe raising the goals so that you can include more CVEs and get more qualified firms?
So we're at our Small Business Development Advisory Board actually at the last meeting discussed raising the eligibility requirements for our CVEs. So we are looking, because they have not been increased in over 10 years now. So definitely it's time for us to revisit those. Our staff is doing research to look at what other jurisdictions are doing. Of course, we always use the SBA standards as well. So we're going to be making recommendations to change the eligibility requirements for the SBEs and the CBEs, so we can have even a more robust directory. And we have CBEs that have the capacity, the bonding, the insurance capacity to be able to be performing these contracts. That's an excellent point. Thank you.
I also want to chime on, your effort and the results. 29% is a dynamic number. It goes up and down. Usually it's over 30%, and this just happens to be 29. It's really just the way the math works. Sometimes in totality between county projects and municipal projects, it is over the 30%. It's very impressive. And also more and more reaching out and educating, especially new businesses, small businesses. They may not be aware of this, and you're doing this so well, and appreciating it. And this is a long-term effort for the entire county, and I think this we start seeing the results and of our effort. And thank you, Maribel.
Thank you. And yes, we're really working with our municipalities to help us spread the word. I know that we connect with our public information officers within these municipalities as well, so they can help us share the information. And during the municipal workshop, we share with the municipalities exactly that. We need you to also share the success stories of the businesses that you're utilizing in these projects. We want you to share the opportunities to get certified, et cetera, because that can get expanded even more if we're using our municipal partners. And many of them are doing that already. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate your presentation. The next agenda item is an update on the municipal surtax program from our administrator, Jonathan.
Well, good morning again, everybody. Nice to see you. First off, I want to thank Maribel and the whole OESBD team. Delivering on the promise of the surtax is a team's effort, and in that, our role is really as critical enablers to our cities to support them doing some really great programs and activities. As we go through this, one thing I want to note, we're going to show you a number of projects, but one thing really important to note is we are going to visit all of our cities over the next 6 to 8 months, and we take our communications team. When we visit these cities, we are going to highlight when there's great CBE stories to tell, because the surtax, it can get really wonky, as we all know from in here, but really it's about connecting people. And if we don't tell the story about how it's connecting people, and then by connecting people, we're also creating a lot of jobs. If we're not telling the human story behind it, we're really underachieving the story, right? This isn't about miles of track or number of buses just. It's about how it changes people's lives. That's the story that we need to tell, and we'll continue to tell it over and over again in partnership with our cities and showcasing our cities, because they're the ones, for 10% of the program, they're the ones delivering on this. So with that, we'll go into this municipal surtax component of the program. This is the FY 2027 budget. You see $23.5 million programmed for this year for capital projects with our cities. And then for the 5-year program, you see all the ones you saw for just this year as well for FY 2027. This slide shows everything through FY 2030, and then just because there's so many projects, on the next slide we have the 2 projects that are added for West Park and for Weston. West Park is County Line Road roadway improvements, and Weston is South Post Road roadway improvements. So the 5-year plan is $142 million worth of projects. At the completion of 2031, in accordance with the current 5-year plan, there only remains one capital project tail, and that is a $25 million project in Murmur. So that will be programmed for 2032, pending any other changes over the next 5 years on timelines of these projects. Finally, there's Cycle 1 R&M projects. There's only 2 that remain, so those are being programmed for this year for $3.6 million. In North Lauderdale and Lauderdale Lakes, those are for North Lauderdale, it's milling and repaving of Rock Island Road from Southgate to McNabb, and then for Lauderdale Lakes, it's citywide drainage improvements. Finally, for our cities have been talking to us about this lately. What is the recommended allocation for this year? You saw the $23.5 million allocated for municipal capital projects. Also $3.6 million, you also saw this for rehabilitation and maintenance projects. Those are all shown in both those 5-year plans. An area where we have a little bit greater discretion, we have a responsibility to true up any underspending from previous years based on higher than expected revenues, as well as cost savings. In some cases, projects were completed for a lower cost than anticipated, or sometimes a project gets canceled. We have to make sure that we keep the cities whole in the 10% minimum annual guarantee. And so in so doing, we have $8.65 million allocated from previous year's cost savings and revenues exceeding projections, meaning we have to true up the 10% minimum annual guarantee to cities. So that $8.654 million we're currently recommending to be allocated for formula-based funding, which is divvied up to the cities based on their ratio of centerline miles in the county. That number is subject to consultation and input by the BCCMA, the City County Managers Association, and they have this information and they're considering it. We've also put in the budget $2 million for the capital grant, grant match program. Last year, that amount was $13 million. It was divvied up between 9 projects. We have this $8.654 million for formula-based funding is lower than it was last year, because last year was 5 years of cost savings that totaled $30 million, right? So if you're a small city and we have a couple of cities we have to round up to a mile, right, for roads, your number is not going to be like super large in some cases. And so for $30 million, a lot of cities saw more last year. This is only 1 year of cost savings, and the cost savings are cost savings after the audit of the 25 closeout of the 2025 books. They get this money in 2027. And so we're not expecting many changes, except for the City County Managers Association could recommend less formula-based funding and more money going to grant match. There's not a lot of space for changes there. They could recommend it all goes to grant match. I don't anticipate that, but they have that privilege. And then really quickly to go into accomplishments. So this is a roll-up of our Cycle 1 program, like projects from 2020 to 2026. We tried to make this as easy to read and comprehend as possible. We have 83 municipal capital projects in some stage. Green means they are completed. Yellow means they're underway, which could mean under construction or in design. Both of those count as underway. And then 16, the blue numbers represent projects that are in basically agreement stage, contracting with the cities. And so there's 83 projects of municipal capital projects and then 40 R&M projects. That's on the left-hand side by number of projects. In the middle section, that information is by dollar value. Again, divided between municipal capital projects and R&M projects. And then the right-hand side is a roll-up of everything completed, everything underway, and everything with agreements in progress by both number and by dollar value. And then for this, well, I got ahead of myself. So for accomplishments, from those Cycle 1 projects, we have 44 projects that have been completed across 18 municipalities, represent about $64 million in surtax investments. Again, we're enablers. It's the cities that are doing the hard work on this, and our job is to help them do it and make sure everybody's being accountable to the public dollar. I want to highlight some of the road resurfacing projects completed in the cities of Coconut Creek, Hollywood, and Miramar. You can see on the slide, they're focused on improving conditions, safety, and mobility on public roads and in neighborhoods. As we mentioned, we're going to be visiting all 30 cities that are partners in this program on a rotating basis. We're also visiting with this BCCMA at their October meeting to tell them more about this. Really, the message there is we're as long as everybody's being accountable and appropriate with their funds, which they are, we're here to help. And then we're here to help you tell your story in a way that you appreciate for your residents. And so from that, we can jump to FY 2026. So this is interesting. This represents the first projects entered into as part of the Third Amendment. Using the same color schemes, none are completed, sorry, but they will be soon. One thing to note about FY 2026 is because of implementation of the Third Amendment, there's a lot of things we're doing for the first time, And so the implementation process took a little bit longer this year than it will in all subsequent years. As a result, the cities have been given an extension to the end of FY 2027 to finish their projects that are budgeted in FY 2026. The projects are divided in between R&M projects, microtransit, and grant match program. We mentioned the $13 million that was available for grant match before. Left-hand side, again, is by number of projects. Middle is by project total dollar value. And on the right-hand side, we show a roll-up of everything for numbers that are underway and numbers that are in progress. With that, we're going to go into a little bit of show and tell on accomplishments. I regret to show you a video that has too much of me talking in it, but the exciting part of it is that this is Plantation used cost savings from a previous year to spend $200,000 to expand their freebie service to additional, mostly like senior communities, to give people access to doctor's appointments, lunch dates, whatever it is that they want to go to. And to say that this community was happy about this was an immense understatement. I expected to go to a run-of-the-mill ribbon cutting that had a couple people talk and a ribbon, of course. You'll see what I'm talking about when I find where to find the play button.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
We're really excited because we're giving more seniors an opportunity to go places.
I have to call a lot of my neighbors and my friends to take me wherever I have to go. But now I don't have to call them anymore. All I have to do is pick up the phone and call Freebie. I need you. Come now.
I've been using it a lot, really, because I like to be out all the time.
Map Broward's purpose is to cover the map with better connections for you. And we saw no better example of that than here today in Lauderdale West, a community that's part of Plantation, where they've expanded microtransit, funded by about $200,000 from Map Broward.
Freebie is a on-demand free ride service.
It's kind of like Uber or Lyft. There's going to be an application and there's going to be a phone contact, so if they need transportation, and it would be a great benefit for them.
When you have groups like this, transportation and getting places is everything.
My friends pick me up sometimes, or my granddaughter, but this gives me more freedom, which is very important for us.
To know that I just have to pick up a phone, any one of us, to take us wherever we have to go. I know a lot of people that are here will be making use of it.
We love you, Matt Broward. Thank you for coming into our rescue.
So thanks to Katya and to Alex who worked on this. Katya put the videos together, and Alex, who's the liaison to our southern communities. The people, we did not tell them to say what they said. They knew the assignment because I think their council members, commissioners, and the mayor all wanted to say, hey, thank you. But really, it's the community that's putting this together, right? We are critical enablers. It's not about us. We're critical enablers of all this. And these are the human connections that we're facilitating, in this case, by a microtransit project.
I think, Doug, did you want to?
Yeah, I want to jump back a second to your Cycle 1 municipal surtax projects.
Yes.
And then you have FY 26 municipal surtax projects paid by formula-based funding and grant match. So that's actually on your page, my page 36 and 38. I'm trying to understand, is the numbers on page 38 included in those on 36? In other words, or this in addition to, because it has a number of projects from 20 to 26, and then it just has what's happening in 2026. So is that added in, extra to, and how does that work?
Let's see.
So
Alex, this is actually 2020. Is it through 2025 or 2026 on this slide?
Hello, good morning, board. Thank you, Jonathan. So, no, they're not added up. They are separate because of the first chart speaks to the pre-programmed municipal capital and rehabilitation projects. So the last chart is looking back for the last year approval of projects that is related to the formula-based funding and grant match program.
So it's in addition,
This is just cost savings over 5 years that are just on this slide.
So you save that money and respend it.
That's right.
Right.
So if I add them to the cities and municipalities got both of those totals.
Yes,
Okay,
and that's
thank you.
right. And with that, that's a great question. Also, congrats to the team. We have a couple of awards for our AR/VR program that won National Associated County Awards. And then we also received a couple of awards for our Map Broward website, which I think is pretty good, but we're going to keep improving it. And our logo design, that's from the National Association of County Information Officers. Again, a video on this, and Tishana, who's on maternity leave, she nevertheless found her way to make it to our meeting right here.
Hi, Broward County. We are so excited to announce that we are the 2026 recipients of the National Association of Counties Achievement Awards. Woo! Of the Civic Education and Public Information Award for our augmented reality and virtual reality application experiences. We launched the Lunch and Learn series last year, and we touted those devices all over the county, sharing with students, with senior citizens, with employees and other stakeholders, just really educating people on how to ride transit in a fun, immersive way.
Everybody got a chance to really get on a bus virtually and just experience what it's like to look 360 degrees to see what happens. And you should have seen the face on the people that had never done AR or VR experiences.
I'll highlight the routes in pink as the e-bus progresses.
First time. I'm not a gamer, I wouldn't have a clue.
This is really exciting. This is like taking technology to a different level to give people a chance to check out some things that maybe they wouldn't have an opportunity to.
So again, thanks to Katya and Tashana for putting that together. Thanks to Neil and team who worked on this AR/VR program. The team's doing some great things. I think we all can know this, and this is just one example of it. And finally, a request of the board: if you have any of your favorite accountants or recent CPAs that you think would be fantastic to be one of your colleagues up here, then please recommend folks for accounting vacancy on the oversight board. We do plan for the appointing authority to meet in mid-September to appoint somebody to this role. But yeah, anybody can recommend that, we would welcome it. And with that, that's all that I have. Open any additional questions we have from the board.
Okay, thank you, Jonathan. Do we have any questions from the board? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to the next item. Thank you, Jonathan. Appreciate that. So, thank you. So we will welcome to the podium Deputy Director Tony Hughey for the Broward County Public Works and Environmental Services Department update. Thank you for coming today.
Is that better? Good. Thank you. Happy to be here. Tony Hughey again, Public Works and Environmental Services Department. What I'm going to be going over in this next part of the presentation is the things that we've done this past year, the things that we want to do this next year, and go over and provide the members of the board a detailed explanation of what we have done and what these projects are that are coming up. We're excited about it. So with that, let me just go on and just talk about them. So if you can proceed to the first slide, please. Do I click? No. What do I do?
I don't know. Oh, wow.
See, it's not me.
Here we go. And then just click.
Okay.
With the left click.
Sounds good. Great. Thank you, Jonathan. Okay, got it. So just very briefly, this is just a list of the projects that we have accomplished over this past year. Our staff has been very active in terms of working on these projects. There are a total of 16 projects that were finished this past fiscal year. I want to go through them for you in some degree of detail, show you some of the nice things that have been done and that our community and our residents have been able to see that has been accomplished as part of the project. So with these 16 projects, this is just a residual part of the list. The first one, and I think the one that deserves the most credit, and I think we've talked about it in the past before, is the Convention Center Connector Road. That was completed within budget, within the time. It enable and help with the convention center opening on time. It's a great road in heavy use. There's been significant, vehicles that passes through it, and we continue to work in that area, in the whole port area, working on the 17th Street Causeway area. There's a number of other things in the adjacent area that needs to be done that this ties together to make it a really nice project. So this was a great accomplishment for both the Surtax and then also Broward County as a whole. The second project is a project on Cypress Creek Road. It goes from Power Line and actually extends east beyond Andrews Avenue. It actually extends past the freeway and it goes out to 9th Avenue. And I do want to highlight this for a couple of reasons. And one of it is that you can see the finished road and you can see the pictures on either side showing 10-foot multi-purpose paths. And not only do we have the benefits of the 10-foot multi-purpose path, the reason I want to highlight it is I want to highlight the approach that the Surtax have been taking to work cooperatively with other agencies. When this project first got started, it was actually an FDOT project, and it is an FDOT project, and they deserve a lot of credit for this, is that they were doing this improvement on Cypress Creek Road as part of the I-95 improvement project. So this is part of the improvements. When we saw it, when we start talking about it, we saw an opportunity. They were originally going to install sidewalks on both sides. We saw an opportunity to expand this from just a basic sidewalks into multi-purpose paths. And the reason that we really want to do it was because of this proximity to the park and ride lot, train station in that area. So it just increases multimodal activity into that area, and hopefully we can sort of have the opportunity for people to get on the bikes, walking, get on the trains, or allows a lot more of these type of activities in a very safe manner. So we participated in funding of this project in terms of the redesigning, and the city of Fort Lauderdale actually also participated in part of the funding for it. So it was a multi-agency effort, and this is what we try to do as part of the Surtax program is to be able to leverage some of our fundings into bigger projects. And in this case, like I said, FDOT deserves most of the credit for the construction of this, but we also saw the opportunity to leverage some of the things that, that we can do to make this a better project for the county and the community as a whole. So I do want to highlight it as a great thing for, for the community. Drainage replacement, completed a 6th Avenue drainage replacement project. Some of the activities that were conducted in terms of installation of drainage, and then also the finished road, as you can see, beautiful new road with significant wet weather benefits for the entire community as a whole. Lighting, areas that we didn't have lighting before, now got new lights in our area, both in terms of the Boulevard Gardens neighborhood and then also in the Franklin Park street lighting. So it's I think the residents love it. It's also not only safer for pedestrians but also for vehicles as a whole that travels those areas. Mass arm upgrades. We continue to do mass arm upgrades, installing new mass arms, and hopefully it'll be another year that we won't test the usefulness of these mass arms. But we've continued to do that. New sidewalks in our neighborhoods that previously didn't have sidewalks. Beautiful, and again, increasing safety for pedestrians and increasing multimodal activities in our Boulevard Gardens area. And we also constructed these sidewalks in conjunction with some of the lighting projects I mentioned earlier. So it was sort of like a one shot through the neighborhood and minimize impact to them as much as we could throughout the area. Okay. Adaptive traffic signals. I think that's something that's definitely always interested in our work. We were able to finish about 5 of them this year, and actually a couple of them were just on the edge of being finished the prior year, and we were able to um, uh, uh, get them through testing and so forth. So I listed the 5 that that we have been through, that we're able to achieve. And again, this is just another example. What you see in a couple of these projects is that we label them as an example A01B, down here A03B. What that means is that when we first conceived the project, as an example for the Broward Boulevard project, we conceived of an adaptive traffic signal system that goes all the way from State Road 7 all the way to US 1. That's our original project. When we started working on these projects, we again saw opportunities to work together with FDOT to make some of these projects, to build them as quickly as possible. So we break them into 2 parts, A and B. So the B was achieved in conjunction with FDOT. We provided funding for it. We participated in the review and and all that type of things that goes along with it. That part of it is finished this past year. The A portion, which is the county is responsible for, as an example, in this case here, that goes from 22nd Avenue to US 1. We've been constructing it as a county project individually. And that part of it, just for this project, is about 90% construction complete. So within the next, let's say, 3 to 6 months, then the whole project that we originally conceived of it would be completed. And we're able to do that in a quick manner because we continue to look for opportunities to work with other agencies to do. So that's sort of like just examples of the philosophy of what we try to do, or what we want to achieve is leverage our ability to work with others as we go along. Fiber optic network, we continue to expand and build the backbone. We're getting close towards in a couple of years, we will have constructed the backbone network that we originally conceived of. So another 4 miles, a little over 4 miles of it, we were able to complete this past year. So those are some of the projects that the slides on the bridge. Okay, got it. Okay, thank you. I'm going to jump ahead to this a little bit, and because it's part of the when I was talking about the FY26 accomplishments, I think one of the things that I want to add this to it is in our current fiscal year, there's a new project that we need to do in our current fiscal year before I jump ahead into FY27. And what this is that this is a bridge that's on Peters Road, and it's over on Holloway Canal. We call it the local name for it is Holloway Canal. It's on Peters Road, just east of just east of University Avenue. It's in mostly a residential neighborhood, and we want to notify the board that we have to do an emergency repair of it as quickly as we can. And let me sort of explain a little bit here. This is the condition of the bridge. And we've been monitoring this bridge for a while, but something came up unexpectedly that we need to deal with as quickly as possible. And what you will see here, and there's multiple things going on here, but the key of it is this line right here. There's something, sort of a crack and a separation that we started seeing recently that we have to deal with as quickly as possible. This is a Sonovoy bridge. We've talked about Sonovoy bridges in the past, and this is another example of it. These are some close-up of the cracks and so forth that we need to deal with on an emergency basis. And so what we want to do is that we need for the safety of the public, we need to deal with it as quickly as possible. What we want to do is we actually want to start on, we design, when we find out that we have this emergency issue, we actually wanted to do it as quickly as possible. So our staff in-house did the design of it so that we can move ahead as quickly as possible. We want to start on this in September, perhaps next week or in the next 2 weeks, or as quickly as we can. It's not a danger to the public situation, but it's something that we want to deal with. So we want to start on that. Hopefully, starting in September, our current fiscal year. The cost of it is $6.8 million that we're going to have to do to repair. We're not requesting any funding from the board, your approval for funding at the moment. So the current request is actually zero. But the way that we're going to fund these repairs is that we want to fund the repairs from two projects that the board approved last year for construction. It was 002, $4.5 million, and 0109. We actually, the board approved a higher amount for this project, but we needed only 2.3 million of it. We want to use those funding from those two projects to do the immediate repairs on it. We've been working with our budget office on it, and we're in close coordination with them in terms of how to fund it. So what we're going to come back to at a later point in this current year is we're going to have to come back, and these two projects are going to be delayed just a little bit. We're going to come back and request some backup funding back into these two projects, and so that's how we want to just shift a couple of projects back, allow us to do the emergency repair, and then we're going to back fund them, working in close conjunction with our budget office. So I want to notify the board of that. Is something that just came up that we need to do. So I think Phil, Mr. Allen, you have a question that I think.
Absolutely, we have two questions.
Oh,
I'm sorry. My apologies.
Have you been waiting for funding, or in this meeting here, to move forward on the project? I don't want to get in a situation where we have money available. Right. It's just that we haven't dotted all the I's and crossed the T's in order to get an emergency repair work done.
Yeah.
I was going to say, if there's a way to set some kind of a contingency amount that doesn't require board oversight as the emergency occurs, because we only meet every 3 months.
Yeah.
And I don't want a project hanging up.
No, I thank you for the consideration of that. I think the timing of it just worked out perfectly. We finished our in-house design of it. We want to move ahead. The meeting is coming up. We just want to let the board know, just so that everybody understands what we're trying to do, and so forth. So we have not held back the repairs because of this meeting. The timing of it worked out well for us, fortunately. Okay. So
related to that, so this was an emergency situation.
Right.
Of the 6.8 million, is that all surtax, or is it going to be shared by DOT?
No, this is a county-owned bridge, so this is it is entirely surtax funds. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But as you said, that we had the ability to take care of this emergency.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you. Mm-hmm. We do want to know, like I said, the timing worked out perfectly. Glad we had this meeting, and so is there a way I can jump back a little bit to a couple of the slides? Yeah, right there. Okay. Thank you very much. So with that, I wrapped up our FY26, and I want to go into our proposed budget for FY27. The FY27 proposal is approximately $111 million. There are 34 projects that makes up this amount, and it is in the categories that we have that we've been dealing with in the same category. In the same categories, as an example, bridge repair, drainage replacement, and so forth and so forth. So what I now want to take the time through is to sort of go through each one of these 34 projects that make up the $111 million and provide the board with the details of what we're trying to do, some of the circumstances that necessitate the projects, and some of the progress and that type of thing. So, so what I'm going to do this year is that in terms of accomplishing these projects, there are three main divisions within the Public Works and Environmental Services Department that do all of this work, and it's our Highway and Bridge Maintenance Division, it's our Highway Construction and Engineering Division, and our Traffic Engineering Division. So those are the three divisions. They and their staff are the folks that work on all these projects. And what I want to do is that I want to sort of highlight these divisions and the individuals. So as we go through these projects, I want to ask our division directors for each one of the divisions to come up and present their projects to you, so that you can also see these are the individuals that are handling it, and so I'm going to now jump back to the first project. Is that we'll go through and use the same format that we've been using the last couple of years, explain what the projects are, and then also explain the changes that we have made from our last year's 5-year plan, if there are any changes, and what the changes are, and so forth. So with that, the first project is a bridge repair project. So I'd like to introduce Anton, Director of a Highway and Bridge Maintenance Division, to go through them. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. My name is Anton, Division Director for Highway and Bridge Maintenance. I think I've been up here to talk to you about various bridge projects before. So we're going to continue on to talk about the upcoming group of projects. I'm going to start with the bridges. But first, just a little recap. So we operate and maintain approximately 400 to 450 structures that Broward County own and maintain. We have to fund them, we have to maintain them, we have to operate them. Of those group of structures, there are approximately 100 or so that have a bridge number. And what I mean by that is when they get to a certain size, it goes into a state database. It's actually a federal database, but the state actually handles it for us. There's a structure numbers, and then they get inspected at a minimum every 2 years. So in the situation that you saw earlier, there was an inspection report done in 23, there was an inspection report done in 25, and we saw a deterioration between those 2 cycles. Because of that, we start monitoring that ourselves and notice there's a potential of separation between the members. So in the geeky structure engineering world that I live in, we want the bridges to be completely rigid. So all the members have to be connected together, the bridge function as a unit. When they start to separate, that's when concerns happen. In fact, I think I showed you a picture before about 7 years ago. One of the DOT bridge in Palm Beach County actually just snapped off with a very small load applied on it. It's because the members are no longer connected. Now, most of the time, we can inspect these things. Now, some bridges, we cannot inspect them and know exactly what's happening inside. We can do the radar, we can do all kind of stuff. But at the end of the day, it comes down to engineering judgment. And in that situation, when we start to see that separation, that's when we started looking at it, designing it in-house, moving forward with the construction. That's why we're ready for construction next month. So I'll be out there. The next one is a Coconut Creek Bridge. This one is located within the city of Coconut Creek. The construction phase was planned to start in 27, and we are maintaining that schedule. However, we are asking for additional funding, mainly because when we see the deterioration has increased over time, that adds more work to it, and that couples with the market condition that we continue to see construction costs increase in the marketplace. I can use the enter, right? Yeah. So this is the condition of the bridge, but a lot more detail is in the report itself that we get from the FDOT. All the bridges I'm presenting today are the larger bridges that has an FDOT bridge inspection report along with it. Next one is Atlantic Boulevard. It's located in the city of Margate. It's planned for 2027, and we are keeping with that, and the budget remain the same. This is a few photos of the condition of that. This one is Pine Island Road. We were planning to start this in 2027. We were planning to start in 2030, but because of the deterioration, we'd like to start that earlier. And then we had asked for a design budget back in the 5-year plan last year of $2 million. We're foregoing all that. We're going to design that in-house and go straight to construction. And right now, the preliminary construction estimate is $7 million to repair that bridge in 27. Same thing, this is another one of those son-of-a bridges when you start to see the cracking situation that when the alarm bells go off. This is a good point for me to bring up that, so if we were to design a new bridge today, the life expectancy for design is about 75 years. Back in the mid-90s, the design life when we design new bridges is around 50 years. So that's our target. You design a bridge that's going to last for 50 years. Guess the average age for our bridges that are in inventory right now is right around 50 years. It ranges between 45 and 55. So that's why you're going to see some significant investment in our bridge structure to make them last another 20, 30 years. And the reason we're trying really hard to not to have to replace them is a couple things. Number one, it's very expensive to replace these bridges. But two, probably just as important, is very, very disruptive to the community. So if you think about it, our community has built up over time. So in order for us to go and replace this bridge, let's say on Pine Island Road, we can't shut down Pine Island Road for a year or 2 years. So what that means for us is we either have to have the space to build a temporary structure and go around it, which most of the time we don't, or we do have to do half at a time, which means that we have to split the bridge in half, shift the dual direction traffic into one side, remove half of the bridge, build on that side, shift the traffic back to the new side of the bridge, and build the other side. That takes 2 to 3 years. It's extremely, extremely disruptive. That's why we're trying really hard to rehab them, make them last 20, 30 years, reduce the cost, minimize the disruption to the community. And when we repair these bridges, I think I presented here before methods of repairing them from underneath. So most of the time, you will not even notice, the traveling public will not even notice we're there because we're working from underneath, with the exception of about 4 to 6 weeks when we have to flip back on top to replace and repair things like guardrail, waterproof the bridge, resurfacing. Obviously, those things you cannot do from underneath. Okay. Next one is there are 2 bridges, the sister bridges, one eastbound and westbound. Atlantic Boulevard located in Coral Spring. The plan was to start in 28. We're trying to move that up to 27, and it's only for construction. Again, we're moving that in-house to complete the design, and the design budget for this one is 3.5. A few photos. This is another one of those son-of-a bridges. And this one is the sister bridge. We were planning to do that in 29. We'd like to do it in 27, design it in-house, complete both bridges at the same time to advance the repair.
Director Don?
Yes, sir.
I have a question similar to what I asked Tony. I noticed the last 3 projects were identified as being deficient because of FDOT inspections. Are these county projects, bridges, or are these were identified by FDOT, but they're not helping pay for it?
These are all county bridges, county roadway, county bridges.
So
by state statute, DOT is required to do the inspection for us and other municipalities when the bridges become certain size, but they're not their bridges. They're all
okay, so
bridges.
These are all Surtax dollars to fix them. Did we have to reimburse DOT for identifying the problem?
No. By state law, they're required to do that inspection.
Okay.
And we're not paying them for that.
Thank you.
Sure. Okay. Yes, sir.
If I may, so the bridges were originally designed to last, you said about 50 years, and we're at that point now, 45 to 55 years, and by fixing it or repairing it, we're adding additional 25 years to the life of the bridge?
Yes. To answer your question, our target is to make them last 20 to 30 years from today.
Okay. And that will be consistent with building a new bridge, which would have expected lifespan of 75 years? Is that the
So if we were
parameters?
to replace that bridge,
Yeah.
the design life would be, the target design life would be 75 years.
75. And what's the just approximate, cost? I guess what I'm trying to get to is by fixing it, repairing it, we're spending maybe $7 million. And if that same project were to be just completely new, what kind of dollars are we looking at that?
Ballpark figure, about 5 times of the repair cost.
5 times, yeah. All right, thank you.
No more questions, okay. I'm going to move next to drainage. Going to move next to drainage. Tony had talked earlier about a drainage project on 6th Avenue in Oakland Park that we just finished. Now this is the continuation of that. That last project that we are finalizing or very close to finalizing is also on 6th. Just to the south of this, it started at commercial going to south. Now we're doing commercial to the north. This was planned to start in 27. That project went under construction. It was on schedule. This project is a continuation of that, of the planned project of continuing to fix the drainage conditions along 6 within the city of Oakland Park. We've videotaped, inspect these pipe, and these are some of the pipe condition that we'll be repairing or replacing. The next one is a pretty big one. It's along Andrews. I'm going to go to show you some photos in a minute here. It was planned to start the design in 2030. We're asking to move that up to 2027. And the reason is right in the middle of it, near the Broward Hospital, we have recently been notified about a month ago that we were awarded a grant. That grant is to improve the drainage condition along Andrews and 3rd, right in the middle of this project, right around Broward Health. That's a $50 million grant. 7.5 came from Surtax matching, 7.5 from DEP. That has not been executed yet, but we think this is a good time to include this project at the same time. And the reason we went after that grant pretty strongly is because it's around the Broward Health, which is one of 2 level 1 trauma center within Broward County. So it's important that we maintain access to, obviously, to a level 1 trauma center. So we're hoping to work on the design and planning of this project and that grant project at the same time.
A quick question. $3.8 million to design 2.3 miles of aged pipe. Is this standard? I mean, to me, I don't know what the heck's going to cost to fix it, but if it costs $3.8 million to design it, does anyone know what this is going to cost to fix?
It's typically, generally speaking, the design cost is about 15 to 20%. So if you take that multiplied by 5, that's about a ballpark figure.
We're paying 15 to 20% design fees today?
Yes. Yeah, you're talking about planning it, doing a study, doing a complete survey, videotaping the existing pipe, inspecting existing pipe, and go through design, permit.
Do you have anything to add to that?
Remember, that's civil engineering.
That's standard.
I mean,
I'm not thrown by that number.
15 to 20%. I realize it's a government job, but it sounds awful high to me.
Unfortunately, it's not.
It's not?
Days, no.
Unfortunately, it's not. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Does the design also, it's not just paper, right? There's studies and things that have to be done in the field.
No, it's not at all. First, you got to do a master plan. First, you have to video inspect the pipe because we have to know what we're working with. Then you do a master plan. There's a whole set of drainage study it has to go through. That goes some preliminary permitting. Then you start on the design. And the design needs survey and geotag that has to be collected. And then we go through design process and permitting. And unfortunately, it does take a long time, and it's very costly. But okay.
Thanks for explaining a little detail.
And like I said, we are going to be working in conjunction with that grant project. So this is a few photos of 23 and 24 along Andrews Avenue. Next one is the Boulevard Gardens Drainage Project within the Municipal Service District, the BMSD. We have a grant for that already. I'm going to go through that in a minute here. We've been working on that project now. This is in addition to that because there's certain portion of the grant that cannot be covered. All the design fee and part of construction is covered in the grant. This is for the money that's outside of that grant that we would like to have to continue working at our project. So when we go to construction, everything gets done at one time. We don't disrupt the community multiple times. This one, the grant was for $17 million. 8.75 came from Surtax. Additional 8.75 came from the state. And the scope is essentially provide drainage improvement, connectivity, sidewalk, and this is basically for the whole neighborhood. A few pictures of the drainage conditions that we have out there. The whole project is going to be install or replace approximately 7 feet of pipes. We have to create a whole new outfall because that whole neighborhood does not have an outfall, and about a mile width of sidewalk, new sidewalk. Next one, this is only for a study right now. This was planned for 27. It's for the Broward Municipal Service District in Washington Park. Is planned, nothing has changed. From 27, the dollar stays the same. A few pictures, this was back in 23, and there's a photo in 24 for that neighborhood. This is another project, which also in Oakland Park, and part of it is in Fort Lauderdale. It was planned to start in 27. Construction cost is 9.8, that remains the same. This one is really, I don't know if you're familiar with that, it's really close to your Northeast High School. In fact, it's right in front of it. Here's a few photos that we've had recently. The next group of projects are sidewalk and some small drainage. The reason they kind of go together is because when you put in new sidewalk, particularly if it's not just sidewalk replacement, new sidewalk, you have to do some kind of drainage improvement because you're adding impervious to a pervious area. Construction was planned for in the 5-year. We moved that up because there's a number of requests that came through from the public. So we're hoping to start that in 27 for construction. The design has already been done in-house. This is where the sidewalk would be along Pine Island Road. Next one is a sidewalk and small drainage in Coral Springs, along Coral Springs Drive. It was planned to start outside of 5-year, but because of the number of requests that we have, we are hoping to move that in to start the design process. The design budget is around $160,000 or so. Here's a few photos of the existing sidewalk conditions. This one is a resurfacing / bike lane. So when we resurface, we add bike lane to it if there's space available. It was planned to start in 27, and we are keeping on that schedule. The budget request for the design is $670, and it stays the same. Here's the current condition of the asphalt along 62nd. This is a new project. This is for resurfacing of Sheridan Street. It's about 1.5 mile. The reason we're asking to add that in is because the condition of the asphalt is really deteriorated. And it's a lot cheaper to fix asphalt now than go back and rehab the whole road later. The construction cost is $4 million. The design has already been done, and it was done in-house. Current condition of that, Sheridan Street. Next one is...
Excuse me. We
Yes.
have these deteriorating asphalts. Is this because they've run their lifespan, or are we doing something wrong and we're just going to put a Band-Aid on it? We're going to have the same problem again.
The lifespan of asphalt is around 15 to 20 years, so let's say 18 to, that's a round number. We have not resurfaced that road in 30 years, so
Okay.
it's run its life.
Thank you.
and we are resurfacing the whole road. Next one is Broadview. This is part of the grant project that we received several years ago. The grant was for the total project was $21.7 million. 17 or so came from the federal government, approximately 5 from Surtax. There are things that need to be done within the neighborhood, mainly resurfacing, upgrading some curb ramp, improving the drainage that was not included as part of the grant. So this is a new project, so we can do it all together. And you're going to see later, we're also going to advance the lighting as well. So the goal here is, because we're using the grant money to start the work is ongoing right now, is in construction. We want to move this money in. We're designing the rest in-house, and this is to cover the construction cost that's not included in the grant project. A few photos. This is what I just alluded to. Also, this is for lighting. The lighting is already planned for FY27 for the same neighborhood. So we're hoping to get it all done at one time, and then finish the whole neighborhood. There's L9 and L10 are both lighting projects for the same neighborhood. It's so big, we split it up in two. Any questions on my part? Because Richard's going to come up next to talk about his project.
Any questions? Nope.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ton.
Ray had a question. He's on.
Oh, we do have a question?
Yeah, Ray had a question.
Oh. Ray,
hey guys,
can you hear us? Go ahead.
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I apologize not being there in person. Just because you're leaving the podium, I just had a few questions. Ultimately, these are a lot of projects, and drainage projects take up a lot of dollars. I just don't understand while safety projects aren't being prioritized in any of these public works projects.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question. Could you please repeat?
Ultimately, so what I'm seeing a lot of in these projects is that we have these like roadways of asphalt pavement quality that's not in shape. We have these bridges that are deteriorating and not in the basically the level that we want them at performance-wise. But I don't understand why we're not seeing more public works projects focused on public safety.
Hi, this is Richard Tornes, Director of Highway Construction Engineering. That's a great question. Actually, you're introducing my slides because that's where I'm coming in. I'm here addressing a lot of the bike lanes and safety projects.
Okay, then I'll wait till the end of public works and then we'll talk from there.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, well, as you know, I handle a lot of the safety and the sidewalk and of course the bike lane projects and of course capacity projects. I was responsible for the Port Bypass Road, so I wouldn't say that if it wasn't successful. I would have my assistant director come up here, but yeah, I figured, all right, I'll do it. Anyway, this is to the point there as far as unique projects. One of my favorite projects actually is this Dixie Highway project. It's a resurfacing, but it's really not. Actually, what it is we're going to be putting in bike lanes, and they're separated, which is really something we're always pushing for. Separate bike lane. It'll be by the railroad right away, and I'm going to go through a lot of the details of this, and actually a wide sidewalk in conjunction with that. So we didn't have to, compromise one or the other. But everything is on schedule, as you can see. The cost estimate hasn't changed, and we're asking for $22 million in this cycle. Just to give you some, at least, insight to the project, if I can see here, so the cycle track is coming in here, and then you have your wide sidewalks there. I'm going to show you actually the typical sections too that will provide a little bit more detail. But we're about 50% in design right now, and hopefully by the next summer this will be under construction. It's about 1.2 miles. To give you an idea of what the section would look like, you have your 10-foot sidewalk, you have your 2 lanes, you have your buffer bike lane with a separator, and which is great, because then the bicyclists could really feel comfortable. And then you'll have a wide area for the bike lane alongside of the FEC right of way. So we're right up. We don't need any right of way from FEC, but it'll be right up against it. And it's on both sides. The only times that we actually have to narrow down the sidewalk is during where we have the intersections where there's right-of-way constraints. Other than that, it's 10-foot wide sidewalk on the outside.
Richard, and just for clarity on the bike lanes, is it separated by like delineators, or is it a curve?
Oh no, actually
a
curve. It's actually a separator, a concrete separator. Great. Yes.
Perfect.
Yeah, no, that's good. Thank you. Yeah, no, that's why I said it's one of my favorite projects, because we don't get that opportunity. So, we had enough right away in area to actually do it. This one here is another project which, we're providing at least some safety measures to, but I'll go through some of it. But we're asking for the resurfacing of section of roadway of 62nd Street. And the thing is we're combining it with other projects that we already have scheduled, which is an intersection project, expanding the intersection. We're adding a through and a right turn lane going westbound. We have widening another right turn lane going eastbound. It's very heavy congested. I lived in the area, so I see it every day. And but we also are going to be doing some traffic calming on this. So we're scheduling this for 2027. We are also, the schedule and the construction costs has not changed either. And what we'll be doing is we're going to do in this area, which we're trying them out and it seems to be working. We're going to do speed tables and raised intersections. So those speed tables are like speed humps, but they're not as abrasive, but it does slow down traffic, and we're going to try to slow down traffic. Right. This area here, has a lot of activity. There's residential houses on both sides of the road, so it definitely, people need to slow down in this area, and we have to try to physically make them do that. So this is just the resurfacing, because we're just asking for the resurfacing of the road. As part of it, we'll also address ADA, any sidewalk issues that we have in there, and any enhancements in that area. We would, if we see something, we're going to, actually address it, even drainage, minor drainage improvements. Okay, this is actually a safety project. This one here is, and I don't know if everybody's familiar with the Miramar Parkway around this curve. This curve is really, really sharp, and it's a section of curvature, doesn't meet really any kind of standards, but it's what we were left with. It was built a long time ago, and houses are built up against it, so really there's really not much we could do. We've been doing countermeasures. I know An has been out there replacing guardrail. I know Rossum's there putting speed radar signs. We're doing everything. And we've had multiple crashes, and it's actually crashes going into houses. So and the people are they're afraid to go and actually get out of their house, even walk on the sidewalk. And it's just because the curve is so sharp. So what we're doing here is we made this a major project to concentrate on safety. So and it's very unique with the design that we came up with. We're actually going to build a frontage road with a barrier wall, so that any errant vehicles will not be able to protrude into any kind of, let's say, driveway or sidewalk area. So it would actually be a protection there. And we originally asked for we were thinking around 7.8 million, but we've actually figured out the design that will reduce it down to 5 million. So it's actually something that we would look for. Yes.
And for this one, the sidewalk and the bicycle lane are both on the other side of the barrier from traffic, correct?
Yeah. So great question. Good. So because here we are, this is the curve. So you can see how sharp. So what would happen is that people were not paying attention. We have speed radar signs there. We've done everything. We put reflectors. Everything. They just keep on going and just right into multiple times getting into people's front lawn and actually hitting the houses going. And it's mostly in this eastbound direction. So what we're doing is we're going to put this barrier wall, which I'm showing here. You can see here, and it's front row. So this basically will protect them from that. Also, now we're going to use these speed tables. So we're going to put 2 of them here. One here, and then 2 there to slow them down around the curve. And then the bicyclists will be able to be protected in this area. We're going to have them come in here, not along the barrier wall where they'll be squeezed and basically no way to go, nowhere to escape, right? So, So this is going to be a great project too. Another unique project. We've never built any project like this in my whole career. So we'll, and I think it's gonna work well. And the residents actually are supporting it.
Richard?
Yes.
I don't want to gloss over this because you're saying innovative design saved us $2.8 million?
Yeah, because we were going to redo.
We need to do more of that.
I can't take
something that we
credit.
learned that we can apply to future projects, or is this an oddity?
Yeah, actually just hire good engineers. I have a really good engineer that comes up with unique designs, and I just take credit for it. But yeah, he actually came up. I said,
if we're paying him 15-20% design fees, maybe it's okay. But this we shouldn't gloss over this. And while I have the floor, we glossed over the achievement award for the MAP administration team. No one said. Is anyone here from here that submitted those documents? Staff? Pardon?
Tashana did, but she's on maternity leave.
Well, we didn't give them a round of applause. We should have, just like this should get one. Sorry for that, but you need to take that message back to whoever worked on that. A lot of people worked on it, I'm sure.
Thanks, Doug.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Sorry
Appreciate
I
it.
took up too much time, but sometimes we just let things fly by, and this is something that's important.
No,
somebody saved us some money.
I appreciate that. Yeah,
All
no,
right.
that's a great compliment
Thank you.
too, and I'll pass it along to my staff. Thank you. So this Pine Island, now the next two are the two sections of Pine Island Road were expansion projects, but of course we're not neglecting anything with bicyclists and pedestrians. We use this as an opportunity, not only to address congestion, but also to address, basically good facilities for both the bicyclists and the pedestrians. So on this section here, we're really we're asking for actually, of course, less money now. We've changed we've actually looked at the CI costs and we reduced the scope. So there's some areas of the project that was already built up, and we thought that there's no reason to redo it. So that shortened down the project a little bit as far as the limits, and we didn't need as much CEI or construction engineering inspection assistance because the project length of time will not be as long. So we looked at an opportunity to basically save money where we can, because at this point a lot of our bids have been coming in higher than we expect, and we're trying to get ahead of that and actually sometimes reduce the scope if we really can. So, okay, and this is the proposed typical. As you can see, there's the 10-foot wide sidewalk on both sides of the road, which allows for multi-use between the bicycles and the pedestrian. And we asked the community on all of these of like, do you want an on-street bike lane and a sidewalk, or do you just want a wide sidewalk with the capability to have both the bicycles and the pedestrian? And it's really been overwhelming that they just want the wide. They want that curbing there to protect them, to both the bicycles and the pedestrian. And we feel that if that's what they want, we think it's a good idea also. Okay, and this is another section of Pine Island Road, and we have a grant on both of these. We have grants. I'm sorry, I didn't mention that previously. So from DOT. So the reason that a lot of these projects have been advanced is because DOT is seeing a need to improve Pine Island Road because University Drive is over capacity. So what they do is they give us a grant to basically alleviate traffic from University Drive to go to Pine Island Road, and then we take the opportunity to use that funding not only for the motorists, but also for the pedestrian, the bicyclists, safety enhancements, whatever we can do. So it gives us the resources we need funding wise to actually address that. And this here we are good. Just so you know, again, we are reducing the request because we're going to do some of the design in-house. We think we can do certain segments of it in-house, and we can do it efficiently, and we can save, basically the county and the Surtax funding, in that regard for other projects that are needed.
Jonathan, just a comment. I would like to see this project will be leveraged with $9 million construction grant from it. When we see these things, they need to be colored red or something. I mean, they are important to point out that these surtax dollars are grown, and we're salesmen or us, okay?
Right.
So
Yeah.
I'd like to see in the future that whenever this happens, it gets highlighted. It's easy to do. Click the right button.
Yeah, I mean, I glossed over it, and it's my slides. So
Same
yeah,
way- the
you thought I
same
would
way
tout
with
it.
Reduce costs. Anytime there's a reduced
Yeah.
cost, we need to let people know. Thank you.
Yeah, no, excellent suggestion. That makes sense to me too. All right, let's see here. Okay, so well, it just show this is some photos just showing the congestion along Pine Island Road. Okay, now these next are just they're our normal mast arm projects, which are replacing the span wire to mast arms, and there's really no, in the next couple of slides, they're basically all the same, but they're on a list that, of course, we receive from traffic engineering. Traffic engineering identifies vulnerable intersections, especially with the span wire, preparing for, hopefully no event, but at least they look at that. They give us where they think this needs to be done, and then we prioritize it and actually put it into our capital plan to construct it. So this section here is at Johnson Street, mast arm replacement, and 56th Avenue. The next one is at 6th Front Boulevard, and it's a mast arm at Northwest 22nd Avenue. And then we have Nob Hill Road, mast arm, and McNabb Road, another one. So these are all, as you can see, schedules and costs that have been changed. We've gotten pretty good at it over the years. We've been doing, quite a bit, and it seems that we have a better feel. Plus, in our bids, when we have it in the bids, it's itemized out, so we can actually see what those costs and the trend is, so we can anticipate if there's any changes. But it's been pretty consistent. Okay, actually, this is a real unique project. It's another bicycle pedestrian enhancement project that now we're actually going to work with other agencies, which is MPO and FDOT. This area here has been identified by MPO and DOT as far as an area where they think they need to do some enhancements for the bicyclists and pedestrian, and also I think they're doing also intersection improvements, which include raised intersection and speed tables. But I'm going to go through some of this. I have the consultant that actually did some of the work for MPO here, but I'm going to go through why we're asking for this as a new project right now, just so you know that we're trying to leverage again, what DOT's doing, and let's bring in some of the projects that we already have identified, just bring them in sooner, so this way we can get it built and some assistance from the state as far as funding. So right here, we're looking at this. This is a new project. The reason, as I just said, to leverage with DOT and the city. And the construction cost is $950,000. This is on Andrews Avenue. Andrews Avenue is a county road. 17th Street is a city road. 3rd Avenue is a county road, and we're asking for only construction funding. Now, the design funding is going to be provided by DOT. So as you can see here, these are the intersections, and there's one here. This 4th Avenue is our road, is a Broward County road, but they're fully funding it. They're going to fund the complete reworking of the intersection, and we don't have to fund not even the construction. On these two, which was Andrews and 3rd, which we've asked for funding for in this request, they're going to fund the design and the CI, which is the inspection services. We're going to fund the construction, which is that's the $1.8 million. And so what the plan is, what MPO's plan is, and the city's plan is actually put raised bike lanes. So here we go. So this is another opportunity to actually do something different that the county hasn't done before, but the city and MPO are taking the lead on, and we fully support it. Along with them, we're going to additional treatments is the mass on conversions, which let's just take the opportunity, and while they're doing this work, we can actually provide this as additional scope. The raised crosswalks there, they're going to do raised intersections. So it's going to hopefully slow down traffic. It's going to provide a nice area, safe area for bicyclists, and we get the span wire signals, which are very close to the coast, of course, to be replaced with mast arm, which is important for us for resiliency. And I think this is more or less the funding, and you have the printout, but you can see basically where the funding is coming from and who's funding what. But it is definitely a great opportunity for the county to work with MPO and the state. It definitely helps us, and it helps the area, of course. All right. Okay. So these are lighting improvement projects that we have here. It's like ON works on a lot of the neighborhood lighting. We do a lot of the roadway lighting projects. So we kind of work together. So a lot of times it's either we have FPL do the construction, or we do the construction. So on all these requests here, there is no change in either the construction start time or the schedule. Or the construction cost. And this here is L15 is the Prospect lighting. It's 31st and 28th, another section that needs enhancements. So these are all safety enhancements. Were reviewed and looked at as far as from a safety perspective. And so just that I just want to make sure that we address that in our presentation. So as you can see, a lot of my projects were both, I have a good mix of capacity projects and safety projects. So it's kind of, you can see we prioritize both. And this is another lighting section here. So these are all going to be worked out with these municipalities, and maybe as for energy and operational costs. A lot of times what we do with these, we actually install lighting. The municipality agrees that the lighting is necessary, and they're willing to more or less fund the maintenance of it, and of course pay for the energy costs, which is great. And it's a county facility, so we get the benefit, and of course the public, and it's an upgrade for them, and it's a safety upgrade. And I think that is all I have at this point. I'm going to ask Rossum to come up and present the traffic elements. Thank you.
Okay, before Richard leaves, does anybody have any questions for Richard?
I just want to make an observation.
Yes.
I think it's great that you put Deerfield Beach, Tamarack, Fort Lauderdale, because, the cities all complain they don't get enough of the surtax. But the county is spending a lot of money in cities. And I think it's great to see that here. Do we have any city representatives here today? That must be because the Third Amendment was so well written that they're happy. Is that right, Nathaniel? All right. Well, I think this is great. I've been trying to get more and more of this, because everybody says, "Oh, I'm not getting my share." Well,
yeah, we spread it around the county. Yeah, as you can see, it's good that we try not to leave as many out as we can, because we look for that. Yeah,
doing a great job. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I want to celebrate Richard's work on this as well, and just note that one of the things we'll be recommending to the board at our December workshop is to have a safety-focused meeting next year, in which Public Works, with more time available to be focused on safety, can come to the table. And we're working through this with Public Works further. Can come to the table and show us all the different innovative things they're doing to include best practice safety improvements across all of our projects. And then we can have like a really fulsome conversation about that and how that's lining up with everything else across other agencies. So I think, the board can redirect us if we don't want to do that, but that is an opportunity to have like a really full safety discussion and see the full picture of what Public Works is actually doing, because they've been model partners across a bunch of different sectors here.
No, thank you.
And at risk of opening it up, is Ray still available?
Yeah, I would just like to definitely show support for having a safety-focused meeting. That 17th Street project you were talking about, Mr. Tenesi, was actually one that I personally walked on like 4 years ago with Karen Warfel, and we did the street walk. So I'm excited to see that it's finally came to fruition in the surtax. But of course, my frustration is that it's a project that myself and many others have championed, and it's just one. So I hope that we can replicate that at scale, instead of just seeing a lot of grassroots support have to push up individual projects. we can do
Ray, we lost you for a second.
more of a leading role in making sure that we're leading from, Public Works is leading with, et cetera. So thank you.
Thanks, Ray. Appreciate your input on that and look forward to the safety meeting. At this time, we have Mr. Rasim Awad. I probably butchered that.
You got it right.
Thanks
It's
for
a
coming.
familiar name, I thought, but that's okay. Good morning, everyone. Rasim Awad, I'm the Director of the Traffic Engineering Division here at Broward County. As it relates to the School Zone Improvements Program, that's an ongoing annual program countywide that basically brings up the infrastructure elements of the school zones to the latest standards to enhance safety, first and foremost, but also enhance visibility, harden the infrastructure. On the construction side of things, there are no changes, as you can see. There are also no changes on the design side of things. For your reference, we tackle about 8 of these school zones annually, and that includes assessing them, doing a warrant study to see what else could be needed for the zone, as well as designing those elements. This program here is a supplemental program that's going to run about 5 years. And the prior program, the core program, brings the infrastructure to the latest standards. This program here goes above standards for about 100 locations where we identified some deficiencies that can be better addressed by enhancing the infrastructure. No changes on that as well. Operations and maintenance, O&M, that's primarily for the traffic signal system. Trucks, equipment, bucket trucks, fleet elements that address the detection primarily systems that we proactively manage, and fees, costs for the software packages that we use to oversee and manage the system. And if I'm not mistaken, that concludes my part. If you have any questions, please let me know. Otherwise, I think that's the sum of everything.
Thank you. Go ahead, Doug.
I hate to be a squeaky wheel, but I go back to page 116 about ZG30, where we're spending $500,000 to design it and $1.5 million to construct it. That's 30%. And I don't know. I mean, I've been in the professional design business for a long time, but I think someone needs to look into some of this. To me, it just seems outlandish. I mean, I'm going to spend $500,000 to design it. I'm going to spend $1.5 million to build it. I just don't understand that. Someone, and I'll ask you to look into this. Why is this such a high cost item? I mean, I don't know, but to me, our responsibility is where's the money going? And to me, this just raises a red flag. So, please.
I can address this part.
I'm not expecting you to answer.
No, but in general, school zones are highly variable. Right? We look at one needs maybe a new mast arm overhead structure when we had just a little tiny flasher based on the old standards. So that by itself could be $300,000.
It may be as simple as one firm ought to be doing all of it instead of 30 firms doing 30 of them. I don't know. But to me, 30% design fees are not normal.
I have one. As an added comment, I think that to be able to break it down, because we may be looking at one discipline's design, but when the other person talked from the transportation side of it, there were several disciplines involved. It was not all specific design work. Some was research, some was planning. So there's a series of different design things. We're calling it all design, but some is research, some is planning, and then some is design. And then some is actual construction documents. So I think that's what the confusion we have. We're looking at it as a purely design project, but it's a research, planning, and design project. There are all those other disciplines in there that we're not in.
We'll get further information back to the board on this specific project afterwards, as well as any of those.
if I may add to the conversation, I think that's some very good points that have been brought up. I think, first of all, if there's a way that we can reduce design costs, there's a way that we can do a better job of it, we're all for it. And we'll look for opportunities to do that. But I think one of the things that, that's just been raised is that, we do call this overall design cost, but they're not only different types like studies and planning and that type of thing, but there are also different disciplines and different types of work that are involved. As an example, when you design something that you can see all of the conditions, it's much easier because you know what to deal with. What gets into a lot of these issues is that when we deal a lot with underground construction, where we don't see a lot of things and we have to get into it, we have to do a lot more underground survey, we have to do a lot more testing, we have to do a lot more investigations to figure out what happens. So that all of that work in order to, because what we want to do is that when we do the design, when we put out a set of design and we make sure our consultants do the same thing, is that we identify it, make sure that we clarify it, because the more that we can do during design, the less issues are going to come up during construction. And the big cost items is that, when you have cost increases and so forth, is not so much the design, but it's during construction when you find things that you don't know, that you thought you thought they're not there, but they happen to be there. A lot of underground piping, a lot of utilities, and so forth. So, like I said, if there's a way for us to decrease the cost of the design, we're all for it. But where we'd rather spend the money is where we want to spend the money to do the design, figure out all of these unforeseen issues and conditions so that we minimize it and minimize the construction costs. Because once construction starts, the contractor sort of it is not that they get us, but they're being put in a difficult position too, is that they are trying to get a job done and they need to do something on an emergency and quick basis. So, but having said that, I just kind of want to explain, some of the factors that go into it, but also just sort of, want to identify there are different things. If there are better ways of doing things, we're all for it.
Oh.
Real quickly, just a quick summary. 34 projects we've talked about. 18 of them from no changing costs. 3 of them reducing costs. There are 8 projects that saw cost increases, and then there are 5 new projects totaling about $16 million. So there's an increase, additional $28 million or so in terms of overall impact on the project. But all of those details and why we need them have just been, we just discussed.
Anton again, Director of Highway and Bridge Maintenance. So we cover what was done in 2026, what our plan is for 2027. This is the 5-year budget proposal, so approximately $430 million. It's to cover 144 projects or so. And as in this year and last year and previous year, as each year comes up, we'll cover in details when the time comes for each one of those budget cycle. But this is essentially the 5-year plan, and we're keeping it in similar category as how we have presented in the past. And that concludes the public work presentation.
Is it fair? I'm looking at the 3 biggest: bridge repairs, drainage replacement, and resurfacing road. Is it fair to say that these things have kind of outlived their lifespan and we're catching up, I hope?
It's fair to say that our infrastructure is outlived our lifespan. They need rehab. The road improvement does include a lot of the safety elements that Rich will work on. And the resurfacing, like I said, resurfacing lasts anywhere from 15 to 20 years.
With that said, is this going to go on for 3 or 4 more years, or 10 more years, or in other words, are we doing 5% of the repairs, or are we doing 25%? Do we have any idea?
I think we would have to get back with you on that.
You might want to it looks like we're catching up, time caught up with us, okay? And we're spending a lot next year or over this 5-year, but is this going to get worse or is it going to get better? Okay, thank you.
Sure.
If I may, I think that's an excellent question, but I think that we'll probably see a consistent amount of investments going forth in the future. And I just also want to point out that when we're talking about the resurfacing, a lot of it is not just resurfacing that we're just, putting new asphalt on. As Richard mentioned, a lot of these road resurfacing projects, they're also called road improvements, because we're adding a lot of, we see the opportunity to add the pedestrian safety features, the multimodal features, all within the same one. We call it resurfacing because when you start doing all of these things, you need to resurface the road, But so it's not just resurfacing. It's a lot of road improvements that go along with it.
So we're making it better, and thank God the people voted for the surtax. That's all I can say. Thank you.
Okay, I think we have another question, Tracy.
I'm just wondering, in these numbers, is there any sort of contingency that you guys consider for unforeseen conditions, construction cost increases over the next 5 years? Or I was just wondering where, if there's an extra work in construction, what happens where does that come from?
Sure. So each one of the projects that makes up these numbers have a contingency in there. But as you know, over time, things does change. So each year we refine that number. But the number you see all has a little contingency already built into the projects.
Just in follow-up on the design, is there a percent design that you're achieving, or does it vary for?
It does vary from projects to project. And to weigh in on the rest of my opinion is I think we probably should call it pre-construction, because it's more than just design. It's planning, surveying, geotech, investigation, pre-permitting, those kind of things all kind of got lumped into the design part of it.
Thank you. It's helpful. Does anybody else have a question before we wrap up? Okay. Thanks, Jonathan.
Okay, actually, really quickly, Tony, don't go anywhere. Tony, don't go anywhere. So,
that means I should go.
Detention. So, we've said before that this is a team of teams effort, right? And this program's been around for about 8 years. During that 8 years, one of our team captains in that team of teams efforts has been Tony Wee. And we're gonna have to retire his jersey after today because he scheduled his retirement so that he could attend this meeting and then I guess head out the door, which he was just trying to do. And I see the surprised look on everybody's face that Tony, at 40 years old, is retiring already, but it is really a testament to good investments. But we were trying to figure out what to do. And Tony, for us around here, is pretty famous. So what do you do for famous people? Of course, they get a bobblehead, right? But because every once in a while, we're bad at scope, schedule, and budget. In this case, the schedule for getting the bobblehead here was not quite perfect, but he is actually getting one because this is how we remember him. Lower right-hand corner, take a look. But so he'll get that, although we should keep it so we can remember him when he's not here. But mostly, Public Works has been a model partner in this program, and the program would not exist in its current form without Tony. This work, as wonky as it gets, is a job about people, and getting it done requires even more work with people, right? And so not just Tony, but everybody that works with him have been model partners to this program, and to the people, to Gretchen before me, to our entire team. And so our county is lucky to have people like Tony for 4 more hours, and people like him that he's brought on to this great team. And so Tony's promised that he'll grab lunch with me and talk to me when I have really hard questions. He won't charge us for it, but I'll buy lunch. But he's been just a quintessential partner. So we could not be more lucky. And again, this program would not look the same without it. So I'm sorry, I'll have this to you shortly later, but we just want to say thanks.
Thank you very much. I just want to say it's been a pleasure and honor to work with members of the board over the last couple of years, and working with such dedicated people. I really appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. I know everybody probably wants to say something, so just on behalf of the board, thank you for your service, Tony. You've been just a model of clarity coming up here and explaining tough topics to us and breaking everything down. So we just appreciate all your hard work and service. And I'll let Doug go next.
Yeah, at 40, Tony, you're too young to retire. So what are you planning to do? And by the way, I understand you have a CPA degree and there's an opening on this board. What are you planning to do? Do you have any plans? Well, how many more days are you going to be with the county? How many more days? 0? Wow. Well, thank you very much.
Vice Chair, if you're willing to, Tony, I hope you stay around because I'd like to get some pictures with you. But lunch is not here yet. We could use this time to go through the calendar and then therefore get people out sooner this afternoon. So if we want to pull up the calendar.
Yes, please. Let's use the time. But Tony's sneaking out. So
Tony, we really want to take a picture with you afterwards if you do have 5 or 7 more minutes. Okay. I know you want to stay for the calendar too because this is your favorite part.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we wanted to go through a couple things for the remainder of this year on the calendar. So one, you'll see we had a meeting scheduled for November that we might have to change to December. So given that, I also thought that we also are doing some work on our dashboards, and we're surveying everybody we can find about how we need to do this and what are best practices around the country to look at. So we are proposing, that we, on October 30th, if that's available, do like a 1-hour Zoom-only workshop where we show you our current dashboard and then show you, 2 to 5 other best practices that we've seen from around the country to go through that. So do we have availability in the afternoon, like at 1 o'clock on October 30th? Or we could pick another time on October 30th. Would that work as a show? Let's say just like 1 o'clock on October 30th. Who would that work for? Or maybe raise your hand if it wouldn't work. Raise your hand if it would not work. Does not work?
I'm tentative. I have a trial that week, so I just don't know if it's going to go forward or not.
Is everybody else available for an afternoon workshop on October 30th? Okay. So we're going to assume that we'll probably have some more email communications about that. It's a little bit more flexible since it's on Zoom.
Absolutely. So I think tentatively the 30th would work. I'm not hearing any objections.
Can I ask a question? This says October 30th, November 13th, December 10th.
We'll explain November. No. Yeah, don't worry. We'll explain that in a second. So October 30th is a Zoom-only workshop, and now takes us into the month of November. Originally, we'd scheduled November 13th. Now there is a conflict on November 13th for some county business, for some senior leaders in the county have to do an offsite that day. And so we were proposing having an alternative board workshop day on December 10th. That's a Thursday. The goal would be just a half-day workshop, and there we'd be working through what are we going to do in 2020 in calendar year 2027. So we did talk to the vice chair about this, but do others have any conflicts on December 10th? Raise your hand if you have a conflict, maybe. Well, assuming no conflicts at this time for December 10th. Can you write him or?
Ray, if you have a conflict, you just let us know. You can
No
unmute.
conflict on me.
Okay, thank you.
No conflict on my side.
Okay, and so this is what we're doing is proposing moving the November meeting to December, just one meeting, just changing the date of it. Okay, and then for next year, what we've proposed doing is having 6 meetings on the calendar. If for some reason we decide one isn't necessary, it's much easier to cut a meeting than to add a meeting. And so no meetings in January proposed. And then for February, we're proposing February 12th as the primary and the February 26th as the alternate. If anybody has a conflict with either of those are Fridays, please raise your hand and say what the day of the conflict is. But February 12th and 26th, 2027. Seeing no conflicts. Okay, and then March, no meeting. April, we have the 16th and the 23rd.
I actually do have a conflict on February 12th. I won't be here.
Okay, February 12th is the primary, so conflict with Ray on February 12th. Okay. Now going to April, we have the 16th and the 23rd.
I have a conflict on the 16th.
Okay. One conflict on the 16th. And then no meetings in May, June 11th and June 25th. Seeing none. July, August, no meetings in July. August 13th and 20th is the primary and alternate. 13th and 20th for August 2027. Seeing no conflicts. September, no meetings. October 2027 is the 22nd and the 29th. We like spending Halloween Fridays with you. Roy's promised he will dress up. I'm seeing no conflicts. And then the last, and then no meeting of November, and then December 10th as the only date proposed in December of 2027. And so our goal for next year is to, I think I'll probably do some one-on-one meetings with board members if you're interested, and talk through a proposed kind of like landscape of like thematic focuses of these different meetings. Always the August meeting will be the budget. But for the rest of it, semi-aligned with what we promised voters and areas of greatest interest, concern, we can look at what the focal points of each of these meetings might be, and then one-on-one get feedback from each of you so that when we come in December, there's fewer surprises, and then can just refine it together as a group, as a workshop. Okay, I have nothing further, Vice Chair, before we break for lunch.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody else have anything? Tracy? No? Okay. All right, nothing further. We can break for lunch. What did you have in mind, 45 minutes or? All right, well, thank you. Hope everybody had a good lunch break. We are going to continue with General Manager of the Transportation Department, Corey Cuff-Lonergan, giving us the Transportation Department update. I don't think your mic's on. There you go.
Okay, so this room is starting. So it's good to see you all again, and thank you for your time today. Next slide, please, Davika. We're going to, as always, which is our theme, to talk a little bit about what's happened since the last time we were together. We're going to bring you up to speed on a request for fiscal year 2027 from Surtax request, and then we're going to talk about fiscal year 27 to 31. Next slide, please. So, since we last met, 2026 accomplishments. So, before I get into these, I have some exciting news to share with you. So, we have, as you know, we track our on-time performance for our vehicles. And I got to tell you that we are so excited to share that we've had our best on-time performance for the same time period as 10 years ago. Around 10 years ago, we were at about 60%, 2015, and we're now at 81%. So this is our highest on-time performance in 10 years. And if you think about it, since the surtax passed, we were at about 69% as well, a little bit more than that. And we're still well above that since the surtax passed. So that's a really good news story that I'm happy to share with you. Now, on a brighter note, also, there's some exciting things that have been happening in South Florida for the last month or so. And anybody here a soccer fan? Okay, there's one. There's more, I'm sure, online. There's a bunch of them. So I'm going to share with you some of the things that Broward County Transit did in recognition of the wonderful opportunity we had to welcome all the soccer fans to South Florida. Davika?
Hosting the world and connecting communities, Broward County Transit and its regional partners help transport thousands of soccer fans to the 2026 World Cup. BCT provided safe, convenient rides to matches at Miami Stadium and watch parties at Amerant Bank Arena through our dedicated park and ride services and fixed routes. The incredibly popular BCTsoccerfans.org garnered 55,176 visits during World Cup excitement, and BCT's social media channels got over 1 million digital views. We're honored to have helped connect fans to the fun and keep South Florida moving.
Broward County Transit, powered by Primo, a service of the Broward County Board of County Commissioners.
So that's a snippet of what happened. So that's kind of the culmination of things. But I had to tell you a couple of very interesting facts about this. When we started this planning, we worked with our colleagues from Miami-Dade, from Tri-Rail, and the trifecta delivered hundreds of thousands of rides around the system. What's interesting is that the planning, like I said, took about a year. I mean, obviously, you know, we're the middle child here between Broward, Palm Beach County and Miami-Dade counties, but, you know, we didn't have the volume of people on our system that Miami did. On one day, their people mover, I believe, took like 800,000 people. It's been an amazing accomplishment from them. And it was 189, it was over the course of the whole event. It was an increase of over 189%. So while we didn't do that, we did our fair share. And that fair share looked like express service from the Amerant Bank Arena to the Miami Stadium. So our passengers, they didn't have to deal with any of the parking challenges at the stadium. They didn't have to pay the high fees for parking. That service was free. And we moved between that and the watch parties about 1,000 people over the course of the matches. So we're very proud of that. There were hundreds of us involved in the process of getting that service up and running. And I think the key takeaway from the experience for all of us was the fact that we are a regional provider for service. The three agencies work together to deliver that. And so we're going to take that model and we're going to move forward with that on future events that are coming to South Florida. So at the end of the day, it was a very positive experience. We joined about 11 other cities. It was about a total of 11 cities across the country that were in the match arena in terms of being able to host FIFA. And I'm very proud to say that Broward County Transit's portion went off without an incident at all. So we're really excited about that. Next slide, please. And so, you know, this is who we are. We're BCT. We're the second largest transit agency in the state of Florida. Next slide, please. So I want to spend a little bit of time talking about ridership. So there's good news and there's news, right? So the good news is that our Riders' Choice program is up 246% in ridership year to date. And essentially, that ridership that program is the one that supports our paratransit service. So, you know, our paratransit is for our passengers that have physical or cognitive limitations and they can't use our fixed route service. This is an ancillary opportunity for our passengers in that category to have door-to-door service, which is generally provided by our Yellow Cab service here. The people that are in this particular category of passengers have the ability to navigate within a kind of a taxi environment, but not necessarily on fixed route service. So we did see an uptick in interest in that service. One of the ones that's near and dear to all of you in this room is our Late Shift Connect. The Late Shift Connect service is the one that's our third shift service. So those are for the hospitality industry, factory workers, anybody that has an overnight shift. We saw an increase of 50% there since last year, the same time period. And overall, our paratransit is up about 6%. When we look at our fixed route service, the story is not as great. And what we've seen is a decline of about 8% since last year. And we're forecasting the service to be down about 7% by end of the fiscal year. We are attributing some of the downturn in the service due to some environmental conditions that are affecting our ridership. So as you may recall, we under Title VI, which is the federal regulation that we're under, that kind of dictates how we communicate to our passengers and in what languages we communicate to them. And it's intended to recognize disparate treatment and eliminate it if at all possible. And so when we look at who rides our system, the languages that we typically use to communicate in English, Spanish, and Creole, and Portuguese. And so what we've seen is, and this is kind of anecdotal at this point, and we haven't been able to verify all of this, but it's pretty consistent with some of the other trends and studies that have happened in the state. And so we're seeing a decline in some of our ridership, and we believe it's attributed to some of the changes in the enforcement when it comes to some of the immigration policies. And so essentially the University of South Florida did a study and they concluded that there is a decline in people avoiding medical visits, grocery trips, and non-essential outings. And so that is partially what we're seeing on our system. Another indicator is that we've seen a 39% drop in our student bus passes. And I know the school board has indicated that they've seen about a 10% decline in enrollment. So we believe that, some of the decline is related to that. The other thing is that, we have had some fleet challenges this year that we've been working through. And we think that could have also be contributing. Overall, our cost per passenger is forecasted year-end at 2026 to be about $9.51. It's a different number. What we published here was last year's number. And so we are seeing a 33-cent increase of cost per rider. We've seen a significant impact of the diesel cost increase on our budget this year. Diesel costs are about 26% year over year increase, and so it's pretty substantial in terms of how it's affecting our budget. So some of that cost is attributed to that. The other cost is insurance increases as well. So that's where we are in terms of cost per rider and total ridership. Next slide, please. You'll see that you've seen this chart before. This represents our ridership over since 2016 or 2018 rather to 2025, and you can see the dip. We know that that's there because of the pandemic. So I believe the next time we get together, we'll have all of our year-end numbers, and we'll be able to add fiscal year 27 or 26 rather to the chart. Next slide, please. We have been, we've talked about the last time we were here, Transit Forward 2040. I'm pleased to share that we wrapped up our outreach activities since the last time we were together. We had about 16,000 engagements across the full spectrum of our outreach effort. And from a social media perspective, that's where we saw a significant interest. We've got about 28,000 interactions on Instagram, LinkedIn, and Facebook. It seems though that people prefer to engage on social platforms rather than coming out to meetings. Our meeting attendance wasn't ideal by any means, but we did have some meetings where there were quite a few of attendees, but I would say overall the attendance levels were low. Next slide, please. The other thing that we did since the last time we met, I think I touched on this a little bit, is that we moved our app, our BCT app, to one single app versus our passengers having to have two different apps. We had two different apps because one app you could pay for your fare on it, the other app you could plan your trip. And so we combined them, and we were really working hard to make sure that we had everything in place for for the kickoff of the FIFA events, because we know that, and it proved itself through our online engagement, that most of the people that were coming to FIFA and were looking for information about BCT, they were doing so online. And so we knew that this app needed to be up and running because our colleagues are very used to, particularly our international colleagues are used to using that as a form of communication and information gathering. And so we are all in one platform now. You can pay for your pass and you can plan your trip. You can also get real-time information about where your bus is, and it even has an alert on it that'll, if you want to, it will wake you up if you've dozed off on our bus, which can happen, to let you know that your bus stop is coming up. Next slide, please. Okay. We also improved our bus signs. You can see a picture of one of them there. So they've got bolder graphics, or more easily identifiable. But one of the things that we also did was we launched a digital signage pilot since the last time we met. And it's right out here if you want to go see it. It's right here at University and Broward Boulevard. It has the route information. It also has the bus arrival time. It has a light on it. And it also has the ability, although this isn't turned on yet, to has a camera on it for us to look at what's going on at the stop and how many passengers are boarding, et cetera. So it's a really interesting pilot that we're going through at this point. I'm not sure that this will be our final digital signage. We still have to look and see what else is out there on the market, but this is just the first one that we used. Next slide, please. Okay, so safety and security. We've, as you know, we've been working to improve our security on our system. One of the things that we did since we last met in April, we brought on security officers, and they are, it's interesting, they look like security guards, but they don't. They're not imposing, but they look like they're officially there. And we put them on one of the routes that was having the most incidents, the Route 22. And what we've seen just since April is a 20% decrease in incidents. So it is working. They're not there on every route and every bus. So of course, something could potentially slip through the cracks. But we believe that given this fast change, and as we add more of these officers onto our system, we'll have a better result going forward. Next slide, please. The next slide is about our paratransit service. So we've added about 79 vehicles year to date, and through a combination of Surtax funding and FTA grants. As you may recall, our goal was to move from from diesel to propane on those buses, and we have successfully done that. And so as we introduce new vehicles, we convert them into propane as a fuel source. And over the last 9 months, we've seen a savings of about $1 million on costs as it pertains to fuel costs that we would have otherwise had to pay for. Next slide, please. And as always, we talk about this, and I'm so proud to always present this to you, our involvement in the community. It's really important to us to be good citizens, and we are often called on when people are missing, whether it's a young child or a elderly individual, to help locate them, because we have so many eyes and ears on the streets. And we had an elderly woman who went missing the day before we became aware of it. Her family didn't know where she was. And we received a Be on the Lookout, a BOLO for her in the morning. And one of our off-duty bus operators spotted her after he had finished his shift, Anthony Graham, and he helped successfully reunite her with law enforcement and her family. So that was a really good story, and we are really fortunate that we were able to help out in that way. And I'm really, what's good about it is here's somebody that's off duty and they're still paying attention to what's going on around them and still trying to help out. We've also, next slide please, participated in 2 job fairs this year, one with Career Source Broward and the other was with the Port Everglades. We provided over 616 rides to those events. That's to and from, and so it's our hope that somebody successfully was hired. In the past, what we heard from passengers is that if I hadn't been able to get this free ride to the event, I would not have been able to go there. So I think that continues to be a theme and continues to be a source of pride that we're able to help out in that way. Next slide, please. So, connecting communities and making sure the word is getting out. Surtax has always been very supportive of our outreach efforts and advertising. And so this since we last met, we've launched a couple of small campaigns. The Transit Forward 2040, that was our goal, was to reach out and try to get as much engagement on our plans to get some feedback on it. We also heavily promoted our Ride BCT app. And then through the World Cup, we also were promoting the services that we were offering then. Next slide, please. Okay, and so I talked already about the World Cup, and here are some of the results. Eight special trips that we made on our system, as well as connecting to park and ride lots in Miami-Dade, where people could park their cars and actually get the shuttle service directly to the stadium. Next slide, please. And we got lots of positive feedback from our passengers. So one of the things that I'd like to share is that we used our coach buses to provide the service. So if you notice, those buses had express on them. Those are the express buses that we use to transport people from Broward into Miami-Dade from different park and ride locations. The entire service is paid for by the Florida Department of Transportation, from the purchase of the equipment to the operation of the system. And we asked them if we could borrow those buses during these times when we wanted to move all these people for the FIFA events, and they were happy to help us, and we were happy that they said yes. And so when the passengers got on the bus, they were kind of not expecting the level of the experience that they had, which was it was nice to hear. They made comments like, "Oh, we're really surprised that the bus is so clean, and this is really nice." And they liked the fact that there were so many of our staff members out there greeting them and making sure that they got to where they needed to go. And so it was nice to see, and we hope that we were able to convince some of them to now become long-term riders. So, at the end of the day, that's what our goal was. Next slide, please. Okay, and so we've had a host of awards. I'm just going to highlight one or two of them. First of all, our IT department came up with a IT solution that allows us to more easily engage in our procurement activities. It's basically an automated system It eliminated a manual, time-intensive process. It helps us do our bids a lot better. And from bid creation to vendor submissions, it's all in the system and all very seamless and easy to use. So we won an award for that. So from the National Association of Counties. Next slide, please. And we also won some additional awards from the National Association of Counties Information Officers. As you can see here, there's just the list of the awards that we won. We won in the category of counties with populations over 5,000. It's a 3,000 member organization. And the picture of the bus, and I think you've seen this picture, I know we've had it up before, of the bus in the middle of all those Panther fans was a hit, and it won an award, as well as our campaigns for community outreach, and even our newsletter got an award that we put out on a bi-weekly basis. Next slide, please. Now, this is the one I love sharing because this is great stuff. So on the picture are three of our mechanics. David Cerruti, Michael Karubi, and John Radamore. They are a team of mechanics that competed in the bus rodeo. And so I've described it before. The bus rodeo is a place where where there's competition between bus operators, and there's also competition among the mechanics. And essentially the mechanic competition is they give them a test, an acumen test, and trying to recognize their assessment and their skills related to reviewing and figuring out challenges with equipment on paper. And then they get a series of stations where they have to troubleshoot a problem and determine what the problems are and what the solutions are. And so they got second place in the state of Florida, which was fantastic. And then they went on to a competition in Salt Lake City. It was the first time they had competed. There were 49 teams there. Some of those teams had been competing in events like this together as a unit for about 10 years. And you could tell the difference because, our guys had on our little swag, right? That they were a team. But these guys had Olympic level swag on, right? So it was just incredible. But needless to say, they competed, and for the first time ever, from Broward County Transit being there in this space, they were able to win in one category, gain a first place position. There were a couple others in that same, which is the Cummings drivetrain analysis that they did. So we are super proud of them, and so grateful for them for competing and representing us so well. Now, the next, so that's all the good stuff. So let's just get that out of the way. Here's the not great. Okay, so I want to talk to you a little bit about some risks that we see and some challenges. And Tracy and I were in the room there having a little conversation about a couple of them. Starting with the federal landscape. So there's a couple of concerns that are going to may affect our ability to secure additional funding. First and foremost, we are so appreciative of all the things that the Federal Transit Administration gives us. They're great partners, and at the staff level, things work seamlessly, and they're highly supportive. What we have seen at the policy level is a shift, and one of the things that's affecting the entire industry is the sunsetting of the IIJA. That's the Infrastructure Jobs Act. And that act, unfortunately, an Infrastructure Investment Jobs Act, was a bright spot in the industry because it was providing a lot of funding for projects across the country. And it sunsets September 30th. So those funds that were there aren't going to be there. And Congress has been trying to come up with some level to keep it going or continue their appropriations. And right now, the Senate passed a short-term resolution to allow it to continue until December 11th, 2026. But, that's not very long. It's certainly not 4 years. And for, as you know, for capital projects, none of them get done in 6 months. So that's not exactly as helpful as it could be, but it is something, and it's progress. And then the House has to pass it, and then of course our president has to sign it into law. So at the end of the day, we are hopeful that Congress will come up with an answer to continue this. And one of the other things is that we've seen just a slight dip in terms of the passenger transport for rail. This does not cover that. So if we did have commuter rail, some of those funds that might have been used for that might not be there. So that's a watch area too. We're just going to keep our fingers crossed that this continues. We're hopeful that they don't. Right now, the gas tax, the national gas tax, has a provision in it for transit. In the past, years ago, it was only for highways. There is some talk about restoring it back to their original intent and not giving that money to transit. And if that were to happen, that would again be a problem for us from support from the federal level. The other thing, you know that we've had several tax reform initiatives over the last year. One of them is the dock stamp, which was removed as a taxing requirement. And because that was removed, those funds were used to pay for new starts. New starts at the state level were used for matching grants with the federal government for capital investment projects. And there's no money there. And so when we talked about a formula split of 25, 25, 50, 50 from the feds, 25 from the state, and 25 local, the 25 from the state is no longer available at this point with the original source. So now we're in a position where we have to look for other grant opportunities to cover that cost, whether it's at the state level or the federal level, or quite frankly, pick it up locally. So that's certainly a watch area. I'm sure it's no secret that material costs are increasing, and you've seen it in your daily life. I'm sure construction costs are up about 2.8%, with aluminum and steel being up 30% and 17% respectively. So when we start talking about building rail, steel, there's a direct link there. So again, another watch area for us. Construction industry capacity. So this is an interesting one. What is happening is that you've heard the concept of data centers, I'm sure, either whether you're hearing it because people don't want it in their neighborhood, or you're hearing it because it's the next greatest thing to keep AI growing and healthy. And so what many contractors are choosing to do is to pursue work in that space. Right now, it's very interesting because there's a lot of opportunity to do that. It's taking, I believe, about 51% of the commercial market right now. That is a shift of people wanting to do the data centers rather than doing some of the office parks and things like that. It's absorbing a disproportionate share of the U.S. construction capacity, and right now about over half of that would have been used for office construction is now headed toward the data center. And so what does that mean? That means that we have a shortage of contractors potentially that might be interested in doing work with us, and that is something that we really need to be aware of and on top of. The other thing is that the job market also in the labor industry and construction has been really struggling. We've all seen stories of the trades. People aren't going to the trades now, and there's been a move to push people to look at the trades differently and pursue careers in that. There's about a gap of 500,000 workers that are needed to support construction projects, and according to surveys, roughly 82 to 94% of firms are reporting that they're having problems securing labor, whether it's because of the trade concerns or other concerns, it's definitely something that we're keeping our eye on. And so the bottom line is the firms right now are looking for projects where they have a clear path to profitability, where they are not burdened with unnecessary risk. They're looking for clients that they can work easily with and do business with. And they're looking for clients that are willing to share or take on their proportionate share of the risk in terms of construction projects. So in summary, the bottom line is when we put projects out there, all of these things could potentially be affecting our ability to get great bids from contractors. The cost will likely grow over time. And we are going to have to make sure that we are proactive in working with the construction industry and contractors to help us put projects out there that they would be willing to bid on and not be deeply concerned about the risk. So what we have been doing, just for your awareness, is that we've been hosting industry days to make firms aware of projects that are coming up. So we're being proactive so they have plenty of time to prepare their bids. The other thing that we're doing is we're having one-on-one confidential meetings with firms. We're asking them to take a look at our proposals, what we have in mind, the scope of the projects, and to make meaningful comments back to us on what they're seeing, what their concerns are with what we're putting out. We are reviewing it, and we're making some decisions on what we're putting out based on that feedback, so we are incorporating it into our process. Not always is it going to make it, right? Because, at the end of the day, if we could just say you don't have to do anything and we'll pay you, they would be very happy with that. So we're trying to manage, our internal requirements, our internal risks against what these contractors are asking us to do. But at least they feel very appreciative that we're listening to them and that they have an opportunity to give us some input in the process, and they're not just getting it when the bids come out or the RFPs come out and asking for their bids. So hopefully with this approach, we'll have better competition. Better competition means more reasonable pricing. So with that, my part of this is over. And I see a question from Mr. Coleman. Hi, sir. How are you?
Good, the bad, and the ugly, huh? Okay. As bad as that is, it's great that you're as on top of it as you can be, okay? I do have a couple questions. The $9.18 and 25 cost per passenger, how does that relate to other transit systems? Just out of
I will get that for you. I don't have it off the top of my head.
Higher, lower, in between?
I think the last time we looked, we were probably in the middle. I think we're cheaper than Miami, and but I'll have to look.
On the other good news is the savings in fuel costs compared to gasoline over the last 9 months. Eventually, that's going to show up in your cost per rider, right?
Well, that will show up in our cost per paratransit rider. It's not going to show up on our cost for regular rider.
All right.
Sorry.
The connecting communities, these express buses, are those our buses or somebody
They
else?
are owned. Yes, FDOT pays for them, but we own them.
Do you supply this same service for the football games that are coming up?
No, we don't.
Why not?
Well, that's one of the things that Miami-Dade we've been talking about. What other options can we look at going forward? I think the firm that does so. Miami-Dade hired a firm that they use to organize the park and ride locations and to provide service, a transportation management firm. And they also have some, my understanding is they have some buses and equipment that they use to move people
So is
during
that
events.
controlled by Miami?
Yeah, this is down in Miami. And so they also asked us, hey, what do you think about us working together during some events at the Hard Rock Stadium? So during the games, they renamed the Hard Rock Stadium to Miami Stadium, but we call it Hard Rock Stadium. So they were interested in seeing if we would want to do something with them. So we're open to continuing conversations, but nothing has been finalized yet. I think the to your point, I think one of the great things that happened as part of this is that regional look at projects and of event opportunities. I'm not sure that we were doing that often. I mean, I haven't been aware of one where we have looked at it holistically and trying to figure out, you know, from a passenger's perspective, that journey needs to be seamless. And we need to be working together to cross-promote and encourage people to use our systems. And FIFA was the first time that we've done it, and it was successful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Keep it up.
Thank you. Oh, okay. So joining me today, I forgot to introduce my colleagues here. Abhishek Dayal, you have met him before. He's our Chief Infrastructure Officer, and a new member to this process is Denise Williams, and Denise is our AGM of Finance. She's going to cover the fiscal year 2027 request, and then Abhishek's going to cover 27 through 31. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the Surtax Oversight Board. Welcome. My name is Denise Williams, and I'm here today to present the 2027 Surtax budget requests. Next page. Our 2027 Surtax budget request is $856.6 million. It's a combination of capital and operating. Our capital is $408.2 million, which includes our Oakland Park Boulevard and our West Broward Intermodal Center. Our operating for 2027 is $181.2 million, which continues our operating maintenance, and our Broward Commuter Rail South, $252.2 million, and our community shuttle operating and capital, $15 million. Next slide, please. Our surtax request for capital is $861.4 million in 4 areas. Transit Ways Primo, which is $246.3 million. Our Broward Commuter Rail South, $453.2 million, with a $201 million with federal anticipated match. Our transit infrastructure projects of $135.5 million, and our transit, which includes vehicles and our planning studies, of $26.4 million. This includes our surtax acts of $660.4 million with the anticipated federal match of $201 million. This investment supports advancing our key transit projects. Next page, please. This brings us to our first Primo project, our Oakland Park Boulevard BRT. This includes design of $34.3 million and construction of $212 million. This project overall includes a 15-mile transit corridor with 16 stations. It will be 100% surtax funded, with service anticipated to start in 2028 and service beginning in 2030. Abhishek Dayal, our Chief Infrastructure Officer, he'll talk more about this in our 5-year presentation. Next page, please. Our capital transit includes $26.4 million in 2027. This includes an 18.8 vehicle acquisition for our private transit vehicles. We plan to replace and expand 134 new vehicles. We also plan to convert 117 paratransit vehicles to propane to help lower emissions and reduce fuel costs. We also plan to do $5.9 million in planning studies. This includes in our 2027 FDOT mandated transportation development plan. It also includes allowing us to do route analysis and some studies that will guide future improvement in our long-term system planning. Next page. In 2027, we have our total infrastructure projects totaling $135.5 million. This includes our bus shelters of $1.8 million, which we plan to build at least 50 new bus shelters. We also have $1.3 million in our bus stop improvements. We plan to replace or upgrade 2,000 bus stop signs and also add 1,200 arrived BCT stops throughout the county. We also have $1.9 million in our facilities and infrastructure improvement for our Hopkins and Ravenwoods to continue maintenance and provide upgrades to those facilities. We also have a major construction for our West Broward Intermodal Center, which is $121 million, and this is a great advancement for us because it will be doing our regional mobility hub that supports multimodal connections, and Abhishek will talk more about this in our 5-year presentation. We also have $4.7 million in our IT enhancements to do our project management and our customer service in technology. We also requested $4.8 million for a real estate acquisition for future expansion and to also for our project delivery to improve. Next page. Next, we have Broward Commuter Rail South, which is an ask of $453.2 million with a federal match of $201 million. This regional investment moves our Broward Commuter Sail project forward. It's a key mobility connection that expands rail service in Broward County. And next page.
Can I ask a question?
Excuse me?
Broward Commuter Rail South, Broward Commuter Rail North, we know there's a gap.
I got it.
Does not having Broward Commuter Rail North impact, or should it impact, or is anybody looking at the impacts? We're doing Broward, we started with Broward Rail South because we were going to have it all together. It doesn't look like that's going to happen right now. So my question is anyone looking at, I mean, is Broward Rail South as feasible as it was without Broward Rail North?
So Mr. Coleman, can I recommend we hold that question until Abhishek comes up? Would that be good?
I'll take it.
Okay.
I'll take it now. Thank you for the question, and it's a very reasonable question. When we evaluated BCR South and as part of our federal application for the capital investment grant, there's a process that we have to go through to take a look at it. And it was determined that it had independent utility, that we could go all the way to Fort Lauderdale and not cross the river and have enough ridership to make that worth our while. Now, if Miami doesn't go, and because the Northeast corridor abuts right against us, so at the county line, then we go into Hollywood and then into Hollywood, the airport, and then Fort Lauderdale. If the Miami-Dade Northeast corridor doesn't go, then for us, that would be a bad thing. But on its own, between Miami-Dade and Broward South, we're fine. If the North doesn't happen.
So Broward Rail South really is two components.
Yeah. It's not, it wouldn't, I don't even, as a transit professional, I could not, with a straight face, recommend that we do BCR South if Miami's not there. It just, the ridership is
so
just
Broward
not
Rail
there.
South with the two components stands on its own, but without Miami, that's another day.
Yeah.
Another dollar.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Our 2027 ask for our Surtax operation is $181.2 million. This continues our operation support for our transit service. Next slide. And lastly, we have a $15 million ask for a community shuttle program. It starts with a $14.7 million for our community shuttle to continue their operation, and a $0.3 million to replace 19, or to convert, 19 community shuttle vehicles to help them reduce their emission and also reduce their long-term operating costs for fuel. This is our 2027 ask for Surtax.
Thank you. Thank you, Denise. Does anybody have any questions before Abhishek starts?
Back to the Broward Community Rail South. Show it reflects the budget request for 27 shows $252 million. Is that money that's being spent, even though the feasibility is in question?
No, so for us to be able to move forward with our contracts, we have to have the way, and if I'm saying something, Phil, you already know, I'm sorry. But, you know, with Broward, we have to have the funds when we launch the contract. So if we go out to bid for something, all of the funding has to be there to pay for it. We can't do that separately. So the numbers that you're seeing here reflect what our contribution is as it relates to the CIG grant. And so if you recall, we've gone after about a $351 million grant for the commuter rail project. So that's the number that you're looking at, is the difference between that and what we've already budgeted for commuter rail.
But again, but that's all subject to, as I understand, the bottom line that you're looking at now is with Miami-Dade or without Miami-Dade.
Right. So,
and if you don't have Miami-Dade, and your recommendation is it doesn't stand on its own as an independent project without Miami-Dade.
That's my professional opinion. It would not fare as well without Miami-Dade.
So you're just reserving the money here in case you decide to go out for bid?
Our intention is to be successful with the CIG application. That would be number one, because we need that also to pay for the entire project cost, because the costs are north of $700 million. The second thing is that Miami is, we're kind of hand in hand working to get the approvals that we need to do these projects. So Miami, although they're in a different budget year, doing a different process, they're negotiating now with Brightline and trying to get their various agreements done. So as example, the easement agreement to be able to have the access, to get their agreement to operate the system, which we'll be a part of, an agreement to development agreement. So there's a bunch of agreements that have to be executed before we can even start working on anything, physically working on anything. So if your question is this a placeholder, the answer is yes. But it is a placeholder that we want to be ready to draw down funds if we move forward with a contract.
We've had this discussion in the past as it regards to the mega projects that surround the airport and the port and transit. And I've raised the issue of, well, we don't want to go the route that California went, which is that they started funding pieces of a project that never had the ability to be tied into the whole. And in fact, the portion that they did, in fact, construct doesn't have connectors on either end of the line, has no capacity to produce its own revenues. It's totally weighted up on the acceptance of grants, which have been
pulled
several times, I think. And I see throughout the presentation here, I guess maybe I'll hold the rest of the discussion until later in the agenda, but it appears that we are shifting our focus as it relates to the project. I mean, we've always seen those as independent projects, the People Mover, the South, the airport, what do you call the
airport connector?
Right.
Yeah, seaport.
Those were all individual projects that we looked at and you budgeted for, but now it appears that you're backing away from that combined project request. Has there been a change in the organization or the responsibilities for those projects?
So all of the projects, so Kevin Kelleher is still the individual from the county administration that oversees all of the projects. So he has, as well as ISME, in his portfolio, he's our go-to person that kind of pulls this all together. What I will say to you, and I hope I understand your question, is that each of these projects do have independent utility. They can stand, all of those projects can stand alone. So you can still do the commuter rail, you can still have the stop at the airport without the intermodal center or without the connector. We would have bus service that would go there and drop people off, and they could board the trains and go either north or south on the commuter rail. The airport seaport connector, we could build a connection to the airport seaport connector from the airport that has nothing to do with the commuter rail, that can get you directly from the airport to the seaport and the convention center. And the intermodal center, which is another standalone project, could be built with none of it. So to your point, we look at this from a master planning perspective as coordinating projects. We'd love to do them all, but they do and can function independently.
Are the environmental studies that you're feasibility studies that you are undertaking, does it cover all of those entities?
Good question. So yes and no. No. So the connector has an independent utility. We're in the process of doing the environmental study now. We've already received our environmental approval for the commuter rail project. For the intermodal center and the APM, I don't want to speak for Mark, but I do believe that they have gotten their environmental clearance. That environmental clearance went to the FAA, not to the FTA, and I believe they've been clear, but I don't know for sure. We'd have to ask Mark and get back to you on that. But they all do have independent utility, and they all have their own environmental track. And like I said, and Abhishek will get into this a little more, but the airport seaport connector is in the project development and environmental stage now. And at the end of it, right, we've already had a meeting with the FTA, a very productive meeting to kind of get a feel for them on this is all on county property, with the exception of a maintenance facility that may not be. What do you see us falling? What category of environmental compliance do you see us falling into? Would it be a documented categorical exemption? Would it be exclusion? Would it be a environmental assessment or an EIS? And because we're on our own property, we're not in the EIS space, but we are submitting paperwork to the FTA for them to determine which one of the options we have, which one of the environmental requirements we need to meet in terms of our assessments. But the good news is we have our environmental clearance on the commuter rail. So BCR South is clean and good to go. If it weren't, we wouldn't be able to be in the capital investment grant New Starts program that we're in now. We can't get in there until we clear that hurdle.
Go ahead, Doug.
Corey, a question that maybe you can answer at our next meeting. It's more of a big question. We have Surtax dollars of X million over 30 years, and we have what's anticipated to grow that. We have a transit system that consists of rail, buses, maintenance, public works type stuff. I'm curious how much money we're going to spend on public works, which is, lights, all that stuff. That's got a number to it. The bus system has a number to it. The rail has a number to it. And maybe there's something else I missed. But I'm curious what percentage of our Surtax dollars are going to call it the 3 or 4 big things. It would help me understand a little bit. It's just like, obviously the transit thing is a floating number, but I would like to have some idea of, are we spending X percent on what I call public works things, Y percent on the bus system, and X% on the Whale system, and if I miss something, it'd be interesting. You got how many $1 billion we got over the years, plus what we're growing it, which is an important number, and what percentage is going into which pot. You don't have to answer it, but I'd love to hear about that in the next month, next meeting. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
And thanks, Vice Chair. We will have some comparison, like a stack chart of this for this year's budget request and for the next 5 years at the end of the transit presentation before you guys vote. Longer term, we'll get back to you on a longer term basis about what goes beyond that 5 years, but we will have some way of intimating it for just at least the next 5 years for you today.
Thank you.
Jonathan, do we have some of that information in the dashboards that we've seen? Is it like, at least for what's been spent to date, or no?
We currently mostly have project-specific information in dashboards, the public dashboards. In the dashboards that are under development, there's a bunch of financial information in it, but it's not yet audited financial information. And so that's why when we're going to meet in October, we'll review the dashboards and get kind of more input about everything that you guys might want to see, while also showing you best practices from across the country so that we can march in a very, very clear direction to show impacts, outcomes, outputs, and also the financial component. But
for my own information, the dashboard really relates to the public works projects, correct, mostly?
That's currently. Long-term, the dashboard should tell you the whole Surtax story.
Okay,
right?
but
right
now,
that takes a while to build.
That's everything that's in the dashboard goes in the public works.
Municipal capital projects and the public works projects are primarily what you'll find in the dashboard currently.
All right, thank you.
Thanks for clarifying that. And I don't want to belabor it, but it begged the question, the Broward Commuter Rail has its environmental NEPA review done. Does the Miami-Dade have its NEPA review done?
Yes.
And do we know?
Yes, the
Is
Miami-Dade actually is in better shape than we are,
Okay.
to be fair. From the perspective that their environmental documents are done and approved, they're already in the engineering phase of their capital investment grant application. So they are way ahead of us from that perspective. We're in the pipeline. So there's 5 projects that are in there right now. We're the 5th one. Utah, the commuter rail project in Utah, which is an expansion project, just got their approval to go into engineering. So when we go into engineering, what that essentially means is that the federal government is locking in what they're willing to spend, but it also allows you to be reimbursed for investments that you've made so far using federal dollars. So we're really looking forward to hearing back and whether we're going to be allowed to go into engineering. There's been the staff has been very much available to us to answer questions. We are at the final. They're at the final stages of their review, and things are looking promising. But until we hear back that it's a go, it's not. And so Miami is already in engineering. If I'm not mistaken, they've got like a $300 million commitment.
Yes.
Yeah, they've got about a $300 million commitment on their project already established.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Right, Tracy?
Thanks. I just have a quick question. I guess my big concern is everything going on in DC with, the federal government literally sent out a memo saying they're getting rid of, or they want to get rid of all the rail and transit and safety funding and dollars for the Bill 250, which will now be hopefully by December 11th. But with those funds very likely being either gone or much lower, how much of that will affect this program, and what part of it, like you guys are talking, this anticipated match, do you guys have you thought about, okay, what can we still build? What can we still do if the worst happens? Mm-hmm. Have you started considering a direction? I know this is all brand new with what's coming out, but it is unfortunately leaning towards that direction, or they're pushing for it. And I think it'll obviously depend a lot on the election, but I guess that's my big concern right now. It's been a big twist. So how is that going to affect your budget?
And you're right, Tracy. It is a big twist, and it's a new twist. And what it's going to mean to us if those things are taken away, you know, we have to reformulate what we're doing here, because if we, you know, there's been a interest in seeing a 50-25-25 split on our projects. We know that it's not likely that every project's going to get even the federal commitment, and we know the state commitment's gone at this point in time, unless it's replaced at some point in time with additional dollars. And so what we are working with Monica on is a financial plan that kind of speaks to, okay, this is what we think everything's going to cost, and what we need. You know, if some of the federal dollars go away, what the impacts will be. If some of the state dollars go away, this is what the impacts will be. And we're only looking at 15 years from that perspective. And that includes our capital investment as well as our O&M investment. So essentially, if in fact these outcomes are as they appear to be, we will have to pull back on what we're going to do in Broward, right? Because we just won't have enough money. And the other thing is we're going to have to reprioritize what we do. And like right now, we're working on the 3 highest priorities for the county right now. So at least we're doing that. But we're going to have to look at value engineering things. We're just going to have to doing more with less, or just doing less. And those are real questions, and it's scary times. I mean, you know, across the industry, we're all like really nervous about what's happening. It's not just happening in Broward; it's happening all over. And I think Utah was successful with their capital grant going into engineering for 2 reasons. One, they've got the Olympics coming up in 2034, and coming on the heels of FIFA, you know, there was a big success across the country with all of the sports enthusiasts using transit to get there. I can't even imagine what the events would have been like if there weren't transit helping support them. And so I think that may have helped them over the finish line. But we have to wait and see a little bit, you know, wait till after November. And then we've, you know, got our own property tax challenges here that, you know, after November may be very illuminating in terms of what we can and cannot do. But it is one of the things, quite frankly, that keeps me up at night. It really is. I'm very nervous. I was around when this money wasn't there back in the old days, and I worked for a legacy system in Philadelphia, and we were very poor when it came to service. And when you have a legacy system, we'll have a brand new system, but legacy systems built, you know, 60, 70, 100 years ago, the infrastructure's old and it fails. We had great engineers back in those days. They didn't have AI. They didn't have scientific calculators. They did everything from their brain, and the stuff is still standing, right? So thankfully, that brain power and the craftsmanship survived this long. But it was scary times and I don't want to see that for us again. The industry's made such progress in the last 20 years, and more importantly, since IIJA was passed. There's so many projects in the pipeline. We all know that, you know, we've got bridges that are on high chance of failure that, you know, over some of our major rivers in the country. And, you know, that IIJA was going to pay for the improvements to make those bridges safe and extend their useful life. And so, yes, I'm scared. And I think that I'm hopeful. And there's a lot of advocacy at the congressional level and in the Senate and even in the administration that they're really trying to reconcile all of these drains on funding. But if these things aren't not paid for, so right now one of the ideas that's being floated again is the highway funds. None of that, only those funds go to highway, and none of it goes to transit. Well, that's going to wipe out a lot of money for a lot of different transit agencies around the country, including us. So we are paying attention. We're engaging with APTA, that's helping us with the lobbying to make sure that our concerns are raised and that they're heard. There's a fly-in September that we'll be part of. Well, APTA will be hosting. That's going to go up and try to make our case also for for Congress to recognize that these are important commitments to continue to support. Yeah, so I think that's all I have. But seriously, that's what keeps me up at night, Tracy. Among other things, but my husband's snoring sometimes. Just kidding.
Thank you. Thanks. Very productive. Does anybody else have a question on the topic? All right, we're going to go ahead and let Mr. Abhishek speak.
Good afternoon, Madam Vice Chair and members of the Oversight Committee. I'm Abhishek Dayal. I'm the Chief Infrastructure Officer, and I'm very excited to talk about the 27 through 31 Surtax budget request, and I'll take you through the home stretch of this presentation. Go to the next slide. So what you can see here is the total snapshot of the 5-year request that we're seeking, including Surtax Capital, operating, BCR South, which we had a lot of discussions already on that, and then also the Municipal Community Shuttle Program. So the total 5-year request is about $2.5 billion. Next slide, please. And so going into it line by line, the first one is the Surtax Capital Program. We are seeking approximately $1.5 billion in a combination of transitways. Now, these are all the BRT and light rail projects. Those are lumped together under transitways. BCR South, we just discussed that. Transit infrastructure projects, these are a catch-all for all the infrastructure projects that I'm going to talk about later in the slide. That's $283.3 million. And then finally, the vehicle system planning and other studies and other efforts, that's the $221 million. Next slide. So starting off with the Primo program, I know we had this conversation just now about the connector project. Over the 5 years, we are seeking $384.5 million for the connector project. If you can go to the next slide. And that is the description for this project. This is a 3.5-mile project that connects our 3 economic engines, which is the airport, the seaport, and the convention center.
I have a quick question. Is 2,577.1 million, 2.5 billion?
Correct, yes.
Okay. We're looking at millions, and I think you should be calling this 2.577 billion, not this is deceiving. And I thought I was losing my mind, but I'm glad I can still count. Thank you.
Okay, absolutely. So the connector project, we talked about that, and Corey mentioned in her remarks that we have started the PD&E study last year. We hired a consultant. We also had a public kickoff meeting earlier this year. And then in September, we'll be doing another public workshop. And then finally in October, we'll be taking a locally preferred alternative to our commission for formal adoption. The total anticipated cost is about $1.56 billion. And now this is the project where we're seeking FTA participation through the Capital Investment Grant program. This will likely be a New Starts program, so we'll be seeking close to 50% of the funding for this project. The project is scheduled to open in 2032, and our current schedule calls for starting construction sometime in early 2030. Is there a question?
Phil, did you have a question? Your mic is on. No?
I'm sorry.
I just didn't know if you had a question because your microphone looks like it's on.
It's on.
Okay.
The shows, I'm looking at the connector project. It's 384 million, and funding status is, I'm trying to read here, partial? What's that partial mean?
Correct. So the partial funding is to basically just the Surtax portion. We will be seeking funding through
But
FTA.
this 384, is the request or the budget within the Surtax.
Correct. That's the 25% of the 1 point.
And if I saw the county's budget for the port, would I see an entry in their capital program for reflecting this expenditure, or is that totally within Primo? Is it Primo a standalone?
Yeah, it would be.
Irrespective of organizational unit?
Yes, sir. So it falls under the BCT budget. Everything that you see here in our presentation falls under the BCT budget, transportation budget, and it is a Primo expenditure. Yes, sir.
And Transit then is the organization that is managing the project and coordinating all the various parts of that project.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And I know this is near and dear to you. Please believe that we are including all of our colleagues. In fact, this week I had a meeting with Joe about some of the ideas we have for the port, some of the stops that we're looking at. So at one point, we were looking at a single stop in the port. Now we're looking at trying to get a little closer to some of the, some of the terminals and having multiple stops. We've been kicking around an idea of having like a collector parking structure that would drive the traffic to one location, a multi-story parking lot, as opposed to having it go to the gates, to get in, and then do the processing of people there to get into the port versus having the bottlenecks that you have at the entranceways. But at this point, there are a lot of alternatives that we're exploring. And then we're also working closely with the airport, and then we have meetings with everybody as well.
Or then you've got, in terms of the airport, you've got the passenger level.
Correct.
Yes, sir. Yep.
Yes. And so similarly with airport, we're talking about their master plan and how this fits within their master plan, including what they're designing and how this would fit within that.
And one last thing I would love to share with you is, the airport BCR, I know we're not talking about BCR South right now, but the airport BCR South is going to have a dedicated part of the platform that will allow you to go up into the intermodal center. If the intermodal center is not built, we leave that and we leave it there until it is built. And when it's built, we make the connection. So we're going to leave an opening for it. And if we're there and it's in time, then we build it at the same time, and the connection opens when both projects are ready.
I have a technical question on the middle of that slide. Anticipated budget, is that 384.5 billion, or is that 384.5 million? Because how did we get?
That should be million.
It's million?
Yes. Our apologies.
Okay.
That should be million.
No, we're messing with you right now.
Huh?
We'll get the M on there. Sorry about that.
I mean, that's more than the surtax, I think. Anyway.
Good catch. Thank you,
Okay, it's
sir.
a typo, right?
Yes, it is a typo.
Okay.
It is
Okay.
not 384
I know
million.
I'm being picky, but
No, it's fine. We should have caught it.
Madam Chair, I have a question. I wanted to go back to the capital program summary, and it just may be an additional issue.
Go back one more.
It should say it's a typo.
158, is that page 158. The first slide is the Surtax capital program summary.
Yes.
And then the next page is the Surtax capital program. And you have $1.4 million as the total. No. That's billion?
And it's billions,
Well,
and
well-
our accounting team, no, just kidding.
Well, my question is, when you look at the summary page 158, at the top, it has 1.24 billion.
Mm-hmm.
And then the summary on the next page is 1.492.
Do you want me to?
What I'm trying to find out is
I
the second
think-
page, the line item that's supposed to total up to the first one.
I think the difference on this one really quickly.
Some of the items were not added in it. we're taking out some of the items like the capital.
Okay.
The operating is not in it.
All right.
This, even though it's a capital budget, it has $1 billion
Let me
of
see the
operating.
next one. I'm just trying to.
The question is, that number does not agree with the one up, the previous number.
The difference is the operating is included on the prior slide.
Okay.
Because it's a surtax, operating for transit comes out of our capital budget. The surtax budget is a capital budget. And so the prior slide shows 2.5, no?
The difference is that the previous slide breaks out commuter rail south from other capital projects. This one, if you add the 252 million to the 1.24 billion, you get to the number that you're talking about.
Okay, thank you.
Go to this. Yes. It's the way it's in the budget book. BCR commuter rail is pulled out separately. And for the point of this presentation, we combined it on this to make it clearer because it's all part of Primo. Try not to do math.
Okay, can we go to the next slide? Next one. So the BCR South, we did have a fairly robust discussion about that, so I'm going to move on to the next one. And again, this is a 10.5-mile commuter rail project. Corey talked about this project, so unless there are any questions, I'm just going to move to the next slide, please. So this is showing the BRT program, the 5 BRT projects here, including Oakland Park BRT project, which is the request is $246.3 million. We're seeking all of that in fiscal year 27, and Denise talked about that in her presentation. We also have the other 4 BRT corridors. Total surtax requested budget is $351.9 million. Can we go to the next slide? Oakland Park BRT, that's our first BRT project. It's 15 miles long, connecting Sawgrass Mills Mall on the western end all the way to A1A. This will be serving 6 communities along the way, and we've been having lots of conversations with those 6 communities as we start working on the 30% design. We are scheduled to open this project by 2030. The construction is anticipated to start in 2028. Total project cost is $298 million. 246.3 is what we're seeking within the 5-year budget. Next slide. Following that, we will have our first north-south oriented BRT project along SR7. This is also another 15-mile corridor with 16 stations. This is anticipated to cost $258 million. We are seeking $45.3 million within the 5-year budget request. Project is scheduled to open in 2033 with construction anticipated to start in 2030. Next slide. University Drive, that's our next north-south BRT corridor along University Drive. This is another 16 miles with 16 stations proposed. The project cost is $358 million. We are anticipating about 44.8 or requesting 44.8 million in the budget for the 5 years. This is scheduled to open in 2034 with the construction anticipated to start in 2031. I should mention that this one, as well as the one before the SR7, for both of those projects, we are seeking federal participation. So this will be partially funded through the surtax. So just wanted to make that clear.
A question back. The Oakland Park 15 miles is 200 plus million. The state road for about the same length is only 45 million, and the University Drive is 44 million for 16 miles. So why are the 15 miles in Oakland Park 4 times to 5 times more expensive than the other roads?
Right. So Oakland Park BRT is fully funded with surtax. We're not seeking any funding from FTA or from any other funding sources.
I was just looking at the budgets, and I didn't care who was paying for it. But why is it looks like the budget on Oakland Park is five
Actually,
times higher.
Mr. Coleman, the
for
best
same
place to
length.
look on this is the slides that are in the black background, where the total anticipated capital cost is listed. The challenging part of comparing in the budget is only Oakland Park is fully paid for within the 5-year budget. The rest of them are just in planning or early preliminary design and engineering. The construction happens in like 2032 or 2033 or 2034. So the construction
So
costs.
it's not apples to apples.
It's not apples to apples. What is apples to apples is the total anticipated cost capital on this slide, which is about the 5th or 6th bullet from the bottom on the slide that's up on the screen right now. The black slides where it says total anticipated cost capital, that's where you'll see the apples to apples comparison between the different project types. And it also thankfully has operating costs anticipated in year 1, which is also apples to apples.
So University Drive is $358 million total project cost. And then SR7, if you go back one
So
slide.
what you're
please.
saying is they're closer than.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Sorry, I didn't get that.
Our problem. All right. Next slide, please. Commercial Boulevard. This is a shorter bus rapid transit project, and so it's cheaper. $121 million is the total capital cost. This will have 5.5 miles of rapid transit and 10 stations. This is also something we're looking to fund using a combination of Surtax as well as FTA funding sources. This is scheduled to open by 2035 with construction scheduled to begin in 2032. Next slide. And then finally, Sunrise Boulevard. This is 14 miles of bus rapid transit with 12 stations proposed. This we're seeking $5.5 million just from Surtax over the 5 years, but the capital cost is $240 million, with the project scheduled to open by 2036, and the construction is anticipated to begin in 2033.
If I added those up, we're looking at like 12 million riders in these 4 or 5 projects. How many people are we moving today?
Our ridership right now is about 23 million annually. That's based on 2025
million?
numbers.
So 12 will be 50% more ridership with these 4 or 5.
That's it's funny because if you look at what happened in Miami-Dade, and this is not fair to use this as a direct comparison, but we saw with the People Mover how many riders that was moving on a daily basis, and so we do anticipate this ridership growing substantially with these investments, which is ultimately the goal.
Oh, well, some of these riders would be going east-west, then north-south?
Yeah,
Rider?
they could be
Have to
going.
get off the bus and get on another bus.
And that's what happens today. So we have, as example, we have the Broward County Transit Terminal in Fort Lauderdale. That is a hub. That's where a lot of transfers take place. We also have in Hollywood, we have a transfer location around the circle there where people get off one bus and they'll be going north-south and go east-west to get on the other bus. And we have that at the West Regional Terminal, and then even here.
Well, your predecessor always said, until we have this system and the links, we're never going to have the ridership we really would like.
We're not. And people always say that, rail is expensive. It is, but the return on investment in terms of rider is substantially different than when you're talking about rubber tire solutions.
Next slide, please. Now moving on to the 5-year transit infrastructure projects. If you can go to the next one. So this is showing a list of all the improvements and the requested budget for various projects. Denise touched on the West Broward Intermodal Terminal. This is something that we're building on the western portion of the county in the Sawgrass Mills Mall area. This will support several services that either anticipated or are currently running, and we will move all our transit hub over to that particular location. We acquired 10.7 acres a few years ago to build this terminal, and that's the request for to start construction as well as build this facility by. We also have several bus stop improvements and shelter projects, which are our ongoing efforts to provide amenities to our passengers. And then given all these BRT projects and service improvements that we're making, our two bus maintenance facilities, those will be at capacity. So we are looking to build a third maintenance facility to support this growth with all the fleet that we'll have to acquire. And that's what this future maintenance facility line is on that budget. And then there are several other enhancements that we are looking to make over the next 5 years, including IT, safety, and then Denise touched on the real property acquisitions and leases over the next 5 years. So total request is $283.3 million for the next 5 years. Next slide. And then going to transit, we are looking to purchase buses for $55.3 million, paratransit vehicles over the next 5 years at $84.6 million. Corey mentioned the Transit Forward 2040 initiative, and we gave a presentation last time. So some of those capital improvements associated with the implementation, that's going to be in the $54.7 million request for the next 5 years. And then finally, the planning system studies, these are the ongoing efforts, including updates to the TDP. Those are all included in the $26.4 million, with a total request of $221 million. Next slide. Moving to operating. So the total 5-year operating cost or the funding request would be $1 billion. Starting with fiscal year 27, we're seeking $181.2 million. And then from there on, we're seeking a 5% adjustment year over year. This is what was prescribed to us by the Office of Management and Budget. So keeping that in line, we forecasted that over the next 5 years.
Are these the operating cost over and above the whatever fare you collect?
This is the gross operating cost, as I understand, right?
I mean, are there any fares on any of this? Okay, so my question is the operating number doesn't include, does the fares offset any of this, or is this the money that has to come out of pocket, what the fares don't cover?
This is the surtax component of their revenue. Just, Mr. Coleman, this is the surtax component of their revenue. Their revenue also includes money from the gas tax and money from fares. So this is not their entire operating budget. Their entire operating budget is a little bit larger.
All right, this is what surtax is going to pay.
Yeah, this is
regardless.
This is the surtax
All right,
only.
thank you.
And yes, we do count our revenue from our fares in our overall costs. This is surtax
The
only.
surtax obligation.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Jonathan. That's okay. No, thank you.
We have another question.
This is, more fundamental. Earlier, you mentioned that the ridership numbers are declining. And if for, various reasons, immigration enforcement and so forth, if that is the trend, then how do we make adjustments or build that, the change in reality in these, forecast, 5-year forecast in numbers, whether we're building infrastructure or having number of, buses, bus rides, services, how do we handle that? Or is this a temporary phenomenon which we are going to have to deal with for a year or two, maybe 3, and then, and we'll deal with, revisit at that time?
That's a great question. And what I will tell you is that our ridership had been increasing since the pandemic. So it went down from years ago, and then it really went from the pandemic, and it started to increase. What is different about what we're proposing for the Primo program, as example, is the fact that the mode of travel and the frequency of travel will be different. And because of that, we strongly believe that it's going to attract a different type of passenger than that's on our fixed route, perhaps, on some of them. And the fact that it's more frequent and it has less stops, that's going to be more attractive to more people. And that's the basis of the increase in ridership that's anticipated as part of Primo.
So we are still anticipating increase in ridership over the years, but it's just going to be in a different form.
A different form. So it will migrate from fixed route. It'll be, so hopefully what will happen is, people will transfer on the fixed route, and that too will win and get additional ridership because of the Primo investments. Because, some people are going to transfer onto fixed route service from Primo. The rail traditionally has its own type of audience that uses, or passenger that uses rail. They're generally a commuter that drives to some park and ride location and then gets on the rail. So they may or may not be using fixed route service, but the more integrated our system is and the more high capacity, high frequency options people have, the more likely they are to use it.
Thank you.
Moving on to the next slide, please. And finally, the Municipal Community Shuttle Program, we are requesting a total of $83 million. A big portion of that is operations, and then $9.5 million towards buses and equipment. And that concludes my portion. I'm happy to take any further questions or comments.
Thank you so much. Does anybody have a question? Well, we took through your time during the presentation to get a lot of it answered, so thank you.
Thank you.
Corey, did you have anything else, or are we ready to move to the next part of the agenda, Jonathan? I don't know.
Unless, Corey, go ahead.
Could do a quick recap. First of all, thank you for your time. A lot of good questions, making us think a little bit about how we're presenting the material and make it a little easier for you to can track with some of the changes from the slides. I heard that you're interested in seeing a cost per passenger comparison with other transit agencies. And I also heard that we need to change the billions on one of the slides from billions to millions, and we'll update that. Yeah. And so we'll... So we'll make those adjustments to the slide, and Jonathan, if you would be kind enough to get them out to everybody once we get them. And that's all I caught. Is there anything I missed?
And Corey, we can work on that, Mr. Coleman, because it involves a bunch of different departments. And so that's a really good point, and we'll provide some more information over the next few weeks that's very helpful on that.
Thanks again, everybody. Good to see you all.
Thank you, Corey, and congratulations on all the accomplishments at the beginning. We really appreciate you presenting that to us. Thank you.
Thanks, Corey, Denise, and Abhishek. Thanks for your partnership and collaboration here today. So as we go into regular agenda, which we really have 3 things to vote on, we first wanted to provide, are we missing something here? Where are the budget slides? Did we go the wrong direction? I could have just looked at the book that Roy nicely provided me with all the information I could ever want to know. So, okay, so I guess we have an item of business before we get into some of the math that will be helpful, Mr. Coleman, to some of the things you mentioned. So we're going into regular agenda. The first item is just minutes, so I'll turn it back over to you, Vice Chair Matt.
Okay. The April 24th, 2026 meeting minutes have been distributed to the Oversight Board members. Do we have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve. Second.
Okay. All in favor? Aye. All right, the motion passes. None opposed. Motion passes. Right? Yeah.
As we know, there's our role in the budget process is outlined in section 31.5-75 of the Code of Ordinances. If everybody needs us to, we can read through that. But first, we wanted to, before we take any further action, provide some information and to help answer some of the questions, right? So first off, we wanted to provide what are OMB's projections for surtax revenues over the coming 5 years. And so, as you can see, it's showing an increase of $10 to $15 million a year in additional revenue, and that continues through 2031. So no surprises, let's say, in those projections, but those are what the projected revenues are. We're going to show you two different graphs that kind of bucket everything you've heard from different departments into one snapshot. So this first snapshot is just FY 2027. And I want to orient you to first, well, we've divided it into 5 categories. One is transit capital projects, transit operating, so paying for the bus drivers and the buses, public works capital, which we heard from Public Works this morning, then community shuttle, which is managed by Transit and Transportation, and then municipal projects. So community shuttle and municipal projects are put at the bottom because even though community shuttle is managed by the transit agency, they all kind of count towards the MAG. Most of the money in those buckets counts towards the MAG, or the minimum annual guarantee. The one other thing I want to point out is on the right-hand side, we show a dashed line in green, which is the anticipated revenue for 2027, which is $495 million. So just to kind of clarify, because everybody wants to see typically a balanced budget, but strategically, the county has been holding money in reserve for the past number of years because we have some very large capital projects that we want to see. These are the transformative projects that people saw lines on a map and it helped them vote yes, right? It's what the public, they want to see a better train or bus, and different things like that. So BRT or the airport connector. Those, we have been spending the last number of years not spending all the money we received in order to hold money in reserve for a special day when we'd start building it. That day has come, right? So this budget is showing that we have $660 million in capital projects requested for this fiscal year for transit capital, nearly $200 million in transit operating, 181, and $111 million in public works capital requested for this year, and then $15 million and $40 million going towards the cities. So, just as a share of the budget, the cities are getting about 10%. Public works is about 20% of the revenues that we collect per year, and transit operations represent about 40% of the revenues we collect every year. And then everything in transit capital takes up the rest of the revenue we're collecting this year, plus money we've collected in prior years to build it out. And that's always been part of the plan. But we wanted to show you this and then show you how that line changes a little bit when we go into the 5-year plan. This graphic shows us the same information. There's the same categories, but over 5 years. And in that case, you see the spending does not exceed the 5-year anticipated revenue like nearly as much, because again, it's tapping into reserves that we've been collecting since 2019. And that, again, we're always part of the financial plan. But it also shows you the ratio of what we're collecting and what we're spending on these various important categories. The ones at the bottom consider kind of like quick wins and essential maintenance of this existing system with some modest improvements. And then transit capital is the transformative projects that will move lots more people if they come to fruition as planned. So I've just said a lot, so I'll stop there right now. Questions?
Yeah, is the 1.2 just for capital transit and the 1.0 just for transit operating, or what's the total of the column on the left so I can compare it to the anticipated revenue on the right? Because those, in both charts, I don't know what the total on the left is compared to what the income on the right is, even if it's short of the
So that is probably the one mistake we made on this graphic, is not showing what that total is. But again, it's
I don't,
not.
even though this one isn't important as the 5-year because
Yes.
of what you said. But if I look at the 5-year, am I looking at?
Marie can probably quickly add it up over the next 90
You have to
seconds.
add all the left?
What's
Is
that?
it, what is, how close? Get the other chart up there. Whoops.
Yeah.
Now, so it's 2.7 billion, so it's almost equal to the anticipated revenue.
It's yeah.
If the 2.6 is added, is the 2.6 include the 83 and the 184 or not? Oh no. Okay. Well, then when you do these again, you need to give us a total because I
It's
can't.
about it's about 2.8. Right. It's marginally over on the 5-year plan. Again, we will put the total on the top of the chart, and we will share it with you guys. And we can also do the math
So
here.
what you're
if we
saying,
need
you're
to.
closer over the 5-year of having the money.
Because I mean, when you build capital projects, it's kind of like a snake swallowing a gazelle, right? There's a really big lump that you have to do to build the stuff, and so as we get past this point, so it kind of it's not as demonstrative over the 5 years. And again, if we showed this chart 3 years ago, you'd see underspending.
Does your anticipated revenue include the historic matching funds or just Surtax dollars?
This is just a graph of Surtax dollars.
Surtax.
Surtax
So in
only.
theory, the column on the right would be a new total with an asterisk that says historically we've increased by 10 or 15 or 20%. So if I'm really trying to understand
Yeah.
how much money I got, you got to put some other.
It's a separate calculation, and it's
All right.
almost a project by project calculation for the most part, because, yeah. But we thought this was helpful to see the share, because again, 40% of what we're spending is going to transit operations, 20% is going to public works, 10% is going to the cities in very, very, very rough numbers. The remainder goes to transit capital, and that's the big investment in the future. Most of the other things are investments in very immediate things that are for today and to keep the system running today. Bridges and some roadway improvements that we've heard those last 20, 75 years. So those are investments in this safe system of the future as well as drainage. But just to put everything in context.
One last question, I promise. So the transit capital and the transit operating is buses and mass transit and rail and all that.
Right. The only difference is it paying for building it or is it paying for running it after it's built? And so as we build something, we have to incur those new costs. And that's why it's really important. Those black background slides that Abhishek showed, they show the year one operating costs. Like if you build something, suddenly your operating costs are higher because you have to operate it. Sometimes you're able to subtract out old operating costs of an older service that you replaced that might not have
But
been
it
sufficient.
includes all transit. That's
All transit.
okay. Thank you.
Except for community shuttle. And with that, and we're going to continue to try and do an increasingly good job at synthesizing some of this. So some of the questions you heard today will turn into standardized information that we provide the board of what is this really saying? You know, what's our cost per rider for this or that service and different things like that are things we can provide in this future so you can understand in a better apples to apples way. With that, I turn it back over to you, Madam Chair, for 2 action items for this year's budget and the 5-year capital plan.
Okay, we'll start with the action item number 2. And do we have a motion to approve as statutorily eligible the proposed projects and expenditures in the categories listed on the slide in the amounts for fiscal year 2027? I can read them, or if the person who wants to make the motion prefers to read them, or do we just accept as written? As written. Okay, so do we have a motion to approve action?
This is the part where our attorney tells us that it's
You don't want to just come up with your own legal advice on this one? So our office has reviewed all the different categories and the nature of the expenditures that you're going to be reviewing today. They all fit cleanly within the limited use provisions of Chapter 212, which is our transportation surtax, 212-0551D. Everything fits within those nice and neat boundaries.
Huron, do we have a second?
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Hearing
Make an
none?
observation.
Oh,
Commuter Rail South is a big chunk of this budget. So whatever happens to north and south is extremely important. It tells me we can afford everything else, even if it goes south or north.
okay, and then just for the record, any opposed? Okay, hearing none, that motion
One
passes.
second for council. We have our member online. Are they allowed to vote?
Yes, because we have a quorum physically present. Individuals who are appearing via a telecommunication device, they do have the ability to vote.
Can Ray hear us right now? And can he vote or no? Because he's given us a written vote. And does that count or needs to? Yeah, because I think he lost his connection or something.
This is when every meeting turns into a seance, basically.
Okay.
His vote can be noted for the record.
Okay, he's voted nay for the record.
He's voted nay that the projects are ineligible?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on to the next item, which is action item 3, I believe. It's okay. That's okay. Oh, I think we have a presentation. No?
Well, it just is a reminder of what the action is. So if people want to read it, we can go back. But back to you, Madam Vice Chair.
Okay, we'll tee it up. Action item number 3 is, do we have a motion to approve the proposed 5-year plans for fiscal years 2027 through 2031, consistent with section 31.5-75(h)(3) of the Broward County Code of Ordinances for A, the Broward County Public Works Department, B, the Broward County Transportation Department, and C, the municipal projects. Taking Ron's advice, do we have an opinion from council?
At this point, because we don't have the full nature of all of the details, we're not talking about statutory eligibility. We're talking about overall dollars each year when those funds are going to be spent. There's going to be a detailed review of the nature of the projects to determine whether or not they're wholly eligible, partially eligible, or not eligible. So you're free to make your votes based on what's been presented so far.
Question, what's been presented so far was the previous pages. It's not on here.
Well, what was presented, again,
yes,
you've seen
the
what
5-year program.
Yeah,
okay.
the 5-year program, which is a much broader and less drilled down nature of the project.
Okay, but in the future, I'd like to see the numbers repeated here just as a refresher.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion to move.
Okay. Second. All right. Is there any discussion, or are we ready for a vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, including Ray on the phone?
The emailed vote for the record of no from Ray.
Okay, noted. It looks like our next items are non-agenda.
So that just to close out the meeting today, there's just like a few updates. I don't think we have slides for them. I don't know, I'm going backwards. Okay, so our next Oversight Board meeting is actually going to be via Zoom on the afternoon of October 30th. The focus of that will be dashboards, and I know we spent a fair bit of time on that, but what will be new there is we'll just refresh your knowledge of the dashboard and then show you some best practices from across the country so we can get your input about what you want to see for the future, because we have a large team of people focused on developing those, and we want them to have like a really clear direction. Thank you, Roy. So also at that meeting, we'll get a brief update on the performance audit. We're expecting that performance audit to be done in December or January, is what the county auditor's office is telling us. The performance audit that was requested by this board should be done in December or January of this year, and at the December board meeting, we will get an update on that. Please, again, share to all of your accounting friends and accounting professionals or people who wish they well, no, just the ones who actually are CPAs. The vacancy that we have. Next thing is that we are going to be, we already have in your email, sent out about 12:30 today, a survey about this meeting. We've heard from various board members the desire to be expeditious and impactful about our time here. So it'll help us see what presentations were perfect or what we'd want to tweak about any of them. So there's a survey questions about each presentation you heard today. Finally, opportunities for engagement. On September 29th at Government Center East, we'll have a low-stress multimodal master plan presentation. That's again on September 29th. You're welcome to attend. On November 2nd, OESBD and MAP will show project opportunities event. That's at 2 p.m. at Government Center West. You have these in your packet, by the way. And then we've heard some requests for a tour of Copens and Ravenswood garages, maintenance facilities. Those will be one board member at a time tours, but please note to Roy or to myself that if you want to go on one of those, and BCT will facilitate. And with that, those are all my updates. I have nothing further to add.
Okay, thank you, Jonathan. Appreciate those updates. I guess it's time for the reports. Anthea's not here. Sitting in her stead, I have no report as vice chair. Are there board member reports? You can go around the room. Okay. Hearing none. Nathaniel, as general counsel, do you have any?
Just a couple of things. If you're going to take advantage of those opportunities for engagement that Jonathan just read to you, and those are in your packets, it would be important for you to please let Roy know in advance that you will be attending. If there's more than one board member, it needs to be publicly noticed as a meeting, just because of the nature of what's going to be discussed, even if you're not having discussions amongst yourselves. So if there's only one of you that's going to any one of those things, we don't need to notice it. If it's more than one, we do. It was wonderful seeing all of you again. I think that Jonathan did a tremendous job at his first meeting, so it's been a pleasure working with him. He has now this week officially graduated from new Gretchen to Jonathan in our office. So I do not have a bobblehead for you. I know. I didn't realize that was a thing when Gretchen gave me one a couple of years ago. I just thought it was just for me. I feel much less special now. And again, a pleasure to work with all of you. I know that the meeting was very dense today in terms of information, and Jonathan and I, MAP team and County Attorney's Office are always looking for ways to provide you with information in the most efficient and impactful way so that these meetings can be meaningful. By way of update on the ordinance, as a result of some legislative changes that came down upon us from Tallahassee this year, we do have to make certain modifications to both the categories that are going to be the categories of our membership of the Oversight Board Appointing Authority, and potentially as well categories of Oversight Board members. Actually, it's just one in particular. That's the reason that this has not gone to the County Commission yet. So if we don't have it going before the County Commission as of the next meeting, because we're still tangling with those issues, I'll be bringing, at least it's not for a vote or anything else, but I will share it during the workshop that will be had at your next meeting. Because again, that's a workshop. There's no votes that are taking place, no business that's taking place, since it's happening virtually, and therefore no quorum required or any of the other things. But I'll at least be able to provide you with an update as to the specific language, what has changed, and why, given the nature of some legislative edicts that we have received. And other than that, I don't have anything else. Thanks very much for your time this Friday.
Okay, thank you very much, everybody. One more chance to talk before the end. Okay, thank you very much. And Jonathan, great job today. We appreciate all your help and preparing. And thank you, Roy, too, for everything. So appreciate you all. Yes. And I'm going to adjourn the meeting. Thanks.